this is for regular meditators in here just now. If you're a newcomer, we've got a special room for you. So, are you there, Ra? You're that red. Okay. Nick, are we online yet? We are. Okay. Very warm welcome to everyone on YouTube. We're just getting everyone into the shrine room. I'm loving some of the sequins here. Loving the New Year look. Come on in. Come on in. Yeah, some of you could have, tried a bit harder. Come on in, everyone. Okay, if you've got a space next to you, can you put your hand up? Or there's some spaces over by the wall. Okay. Can I have someone from the team helping to put some more mats out? Yeah. Yeah, that's great. If you don't mind sitting on the... Okay, there's one at the front here. Okay. It'll be fine. It'll be fine when everyone's in. It always is. Okay. Oh, that'd be great. Thanks, Mudatasha. You're not going to be too cold by that door.
Well, I can...
No.
because that's a couple of...
There's a space at the front. Okay. Let's see what's happening. Okay. So, spaces in the far corner. How many more? Could someone from the team let me know how many more we've got to come? How many more to come? Okay, nobody's listening to me. Good start. About 6. Come on, folks, we can get 6 more little ones in. Right, if you could just... Yeah, if we could if we could all move our mats along here in the second row. Okay, everybody moving along. Any spare mats anywhere? Could someone go and get some mats from the small shrine room? There's a space here. Okay, people coming in, go towards the hands waving, mean there's a space there.
And the space, yes, and the space.
Yeah, spaces. Lovely, great.
There's 2 missions here.
Okay. Hands up if there's a space near you. That would be great. Okay, there's a space right here. Okay, if we could have phones off, if everyone could turn their phones off while they're in the shrine room, that would be really great. Let's keep this as a sacred space. Okay, keep coming. Can people keep moving in? Yeah, don't worry. It's nearly midnight, but we're getting there. Come on in. There's a seat at the front here. There's a seat at the front here. Padma and Andy, how many more? 3 more. Okay, 4 more.
We could get 2 here.
There's 2. Room for 2 at the front here. Nobody wants to come and sit at the front.
There's 2 here.
And there are some more mats.
So there's spaces over in the corner there.
There's some. I can see space in the middle there.
You have to push the weight over to the side where our advanced.
Okay, Sumina, come on in. You can get a chair. Okay, Julian, are you coming in? Okay, we're going to make a start, folks. So if you're coming in, come in. Padma and Andy, we need to make a start. Can you sort of get people in? Priyadava, the door closed now. Okay, thanks for bearing with us, folks. Thanks for bearing with us. Okay, could someone tell me what's happening?
That's it.
That's it, thank you, great. Okay, so do come in, Pamela, you need your seat up the back. Actually, no, you need to be here for a minute, don't you? Priyadaka, you need to get a seat. Is Julian coming in? Yeah, okay.
And there is a seat here.
There is a seat at the front here, Julian, if you want yeah, Priyadaka, you could come down here. Great. Okay, lovely. Great. I think we're all right, Maitreyi. I think we're all in. Thank you. Great. Lovely. Wonderful. Great. Well, we always manage to get everybody in somehow or another. A really, really warm welcome to all of you to this very, very special New Year's Eve at the London Buddhist Centre. My name is Suvana Jyoti and I'm part of the team that will be leading the evening. Hopefully everyone in here has got some familiarity with meditation. If you don't, that's absolutely fine. Just make yourself known to us now and we will get you to a room where there's going to be more meditation teaching. So now's your escape clause. Good. Okay, good. We've got the right people in here then. Okay. So, very warm welcome to those of you in the room. Really warm welcome if you're joining us on YouTube from somewhere in the UK or even perhaps in some other time zone where maybe it's already been midnight or it'll be midnight at a different time. So really warm welcome to you on YouTube. Just to let you guys know that we've got a special YouTube host leader for you for the evening, and that's Padmanandi. So she's going to come and say hello. So you won't be able to see her once you're on YouTube. But you making faces behind my back? No. So she's going to go and so she'll be on the chat on YouTube through the evening with you guys to help you try and feel as involved as possible with what's going on here. Okay, so let's just have a little short sit to just arrive and settle a little bit, and then I'm going to say a little bit more about the shape of the evening. So if you'd like to set yourselves up for a short meditation. And when you're ready, closing your eyes. And just letting yourself relax into being here. You made the decision to spend your New Year's Eve here. You've had your journey. You've miraculously managed to find a space in the shrine room. So now we can just relax, nowhere else to be, nothing else to do, and just really let ourselves arrive here together for the evening. So just noticing just exactly where you are right now, what's going on for you just right now. What's the quality of your mind? What's the emotional weather? And then inviting your awareness to drop beneath the thoughts and the emotions and into your body, into the physical felt sense of your being. We can just keep inviting ourselves to come home to the body. Every time our mind goes off somewhere else, just bring it back into our physical felt sense. And now making sure we're really well grounded. So tuning in particular to the sensations where you're in contact with the floor and through the floor, in contact with the earth, and through the earth in contact with all other beings. And then, as well as feeling rooted into the earth, also a sense of lifting up gently into the space and the sky, the infinite space all around us. And in between the earth and the sky is this body being breathed. And just letting your awareness scan through your body now and seeing if there are any particular areas or points of tension or stress or discomfort. And seeing if you can just invite them to soften. And now broadening your awareness to include a whole sense of your body. Grounded into the earth, lifting to meet the sky, breathing in and out of every pore of your skin. Softening the face. Softening the shoulders. Softening the belly. And for the next few minutes until I ring the bell, we just keep coming back home to the body. Okay. So I invite you to come out of your meditation posture just now. Give your knees a little rest because they've got quite a long night ahead of them. So just give your knees a little rest. I'm going to say a few things and then we'll have another period of meditation. But I just want to say a few things really about the shape of the evening and sort of how to get the most out of the evening here with us this evening. So we really want everybody here to have a positive experience of their New Year's Eve. So, you probably don't know most of the people in the room, but I'm going to really encourage you, like, part of the Buddha's vision is the idea of community, of sangha, of friendship, friendliness. So I'm really going to encourage us all to be that way with each other through the evening, in the tea breaks. You've chosen to do this for New Year's Eve, so join in with the spirit, and let's have that ethos of friendliness, helpfulness, kindness towards each other through the evening, and that will really help you get the flavour of a Buddhist evening of ritual. So the evening is going to take, we've got three main parts to the evening. So the first bit that we're sort of in now is going to be mainly meditative. So we're going to be meditating after I finish speaking. We'll be meditating up to the tea break. Then we'll have a tea break about 8:30. Then the second part of the evening is going to be our keynote speaker, Jnanavaca. We're absolutely thrilled that he's agreed to come and speak to us tonight. He's one of our most well-loved and well-respected teachers internationally, and he's going to come and inspire us with his words for the second part of this evening. We'll then have another break, and then the final part of the evening will be the kind of ritual that leads us up to midnight and into the new year. So for that ritual, we will split into two shrine rooms again for that ritual. So there'll be the regulars up here will be doing a full Buddhist puja, a full Buddhist devotional ritual, a sevenfold puja, for those of you that know what that means. So you're very welcome to come and be part of that. If you would want to do something slightly less Buddhisty, then in the other shrine room, I'll be leading there'll be some chanting and some meditation and reflection time, but there won't be a full formal ritual. So we just wanted people to have a choice, because obviously everyone's here with different prior experience and different sort of wishes for the evening. So you can be having a think later on this evening whether you want to come in here for the formal ritual or come with me downstairs after the talk for something less formal. But there will still be, in both cases, there'll be silence, there'll be a chance to reflect, there'll be a chance to reflect on the year you're leaving behind, and the year that you're turning towards. And again, I really invite us to think of this in the spirit of, in a way, it's not just my year that I'm, leaving behind and my year that I'm turning towards, but, the world could do with our good wishes this New Year's Eve. So let's also bear in mind all the other beings all around the world this evening, some of whom will be having a wonderful evening and celebrating in a lovely way, others of whom who will be really suffering this evening. So let's really hold all of that in mind. The wonderful thing about New Year's Eve, I think, as a ritual, is I think it's kind of the only ritual that the whole planet shares, because every country has the same 1st of January. Okay, so there's different time zones and we celebrate it at different times. But sort of every other rituals like Christmas or Eid or Hanukkah, there'll be certain sections of the world that really celebrate those and other sections that don't. But New Year is global. So let's hold that global perspective in mind in our well wishes this evening, as well as thinking about, what we want to move towards in our own individual lives. So that's going to be my encouragement to you for the rest of the evening. So we're going to do a meditation now for probably about 20-25 minutes. What I'm going to encourage us to do first is if we wish, we can, once I finish speaking, I'm just going to leave us a couple of quiet moments. If you'd like to stand up and give your knees a little stretch before the practice, then please do so. And then I'll ring a bell and then we'll all settle down. And then I'm going to lead us through a sort of metta bhavana practice. I imagine there are people in here who are not familiar with the metta bhavana practice, the 5-stage loving kindness practice. Is that true? Can you put your hand up if you don't know the metta bhavana? It's totally fine if you don't, okay? Yeah, so there are a few that don't. So don't worry, I will lead through something that's sort of Metta Bhavana-ish for those of you that know that. So it doesn't matter if you don't know the actual formal practice. But okay, so let's just take a couple of quiet minutes to collect ourselves. Do stand up if you need a leg stretch. And the other thing I'd really invite you to consider is a bit of a challenge. See what it might be like to have your phone turned off for the whole evening and send your New Year's well wishes to people after midnight. But anyway, it's just a suggestion. But it would, if you, let's definitely keep the shrine room phone free. And you will get more out of your time here. You will get more out of your evening here if you just let yourself fully be here. But anyway, that's just a suggestion. Okay. So just taking a couple of quiet moments. And settling yourself down for a period of sitting practice. And when you're settled, closing your eyes. And letting the weight drop down through your seat. Reconnecting with the floor, with the earth. Reconnecting with an overall sense of your space right here, right now, your space that you're occupying here on the planet. This breathing body. And I'm just going to invite us to keep staying connected with this breathing body. As we go through a 5-stage practice. And I'll just do a short guidance at the beginning of each stage. London Buddhist Centre, New Year's Eve, Metta Bhavana. In the first stage, as best you can, connecting with a sense of wishing well for yourself. Allowing yourself to wish yourself well and happy. Free from suffering and flourishing. bringing into your awareness, into your heart, a good friend. Wishing them well. Wishing them happiness and freedom from suffering and a positive year ahead of them. into your heart, into your awareness. A stranger, someone you barely know. Maybe a neighbour or a shopkeeper. And let's see if we can wish them well and happy, just as we do for ourselves and for our friend. May they too be free from suffering. May they flourish. Now bringing into your heart and mind someone you find a little bit difficult, just a little bit. Seeing if we can wish them well, despite ourselves. Even if we don't like the way they're behaving, we can be pretty sure that whatever they're doing because somehow they think it's going to make them happy. So let's just see if we can wish that for them as best we can. And now for the final stage, bringing together all the people, yourself, your friend, the neutral person, and this person you find a bit tricky. Wishing them all well equally, and then spreading that sense of well-wishing out to more and more people, as far as your imagination can take you. May all beings be well and happy. And now for the final moments, dropping any effort that you're making with the practice, staying in your posture, just completely relaxing and opening your awareness, just sitting, absorbing. Okay, so when you're ready, it's tea break time. So let's keep the shrine room a quiet place. So if we can make sure we have our conversations out in the tea room, then if people wish to sit on quietly, they can. And for YouTube, I'm not sure whether you can still hear me, but the talk will be starting in about half an hour. Oh, Padmanandi, you putting that on YouTube? Yeah. Thanks.
basically.
I think that's all.
This is it.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you for the time. Thank you.
move that way. More just move. Our responsibility for that side. That's what I make. Everything go a lot smoother. Thanks a lot. Yeah, if you all just go over to that side, that'd be great. Otherwise you'll have some people climbing over you in a couple of minutes.
Yep. Yeah, of course. No, I'm not being
Okay folks, so just keep on moving as far to this edge as there are spaces available. If you put your hand up. Yeah. So keep on moving on through this way.
So keep the hands up if you've still got space. Walk towards the hands. Put the right up.
I'll be alright, cross-legged.
And somebody can say there's a C here as well, folks. Alright, they can keep coming, I think.
Okay, keep the hands up.
So there's a C here as well. There's two here, folks. So why don't you somebody down here? So there's one more here, another seat here. Yep. No, that's okay. Sit here. Yep. Any more seats near somebody? Yeah, there's still more over there, folks, so keep going over that direction. Yeah, another one there. Yeah, there's one here. There's a seat here. Another one over there. Yep.
Please do keep waving until you clock eyes for somebody who's walking towards you. So walk the hands, that's where the spaces are.
You see this seat? There's a seat right in the corner over there. In the yeah, that was right.
Any more spaces? Any more hands? Please keep your hand up.
Savannah Jody. Savannah Jody. Savannah Jody. Paul. Savannah Jody. I think that's probably, yeah.
We will be showing the talk on a large screen in the room next door. So if you decide you would rather come in here, it's slightly more spacious in here, then do come now. Some of you might prefer that.
Why don't you come around this way?
Any more spaces in here?
If you two fellas, Simon, if you sit there, yeah. When you come this way. Thank you. Very, very nice to see you all here. Really fantastic to see you all. So for those that I've not met yet, my name is Amla Yoden, and it's my great pleasure to be introducing Jnanavaca for the talk this evening. So just to give a sense of what will happen now, we'll have a talk from Jnanavaca. That will go up amongst some other various things, go up till about 10:15. We'll have a break for sort of food and drink at that point. If anybody can do the trick of the loaves and the fishes, that would be fantastic. But if not, we'll just have to make do with what we have. And then from there, we'll have a ritual going all the way through to midnight, where we'll ritually welcome in the new year. And from that point, Surya and Arya Vasan will take us all the way to dawn, 6 in the morning tomorrow morning. So do stay on for that as well. I'm told you feel fantastic the next day if you stay all the way on for 6. So do that. You have to do that. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to. Very warm welcome to those online as well. Oh, we're not ready yet. Yeah. So we're just going.
So the man is as far away as possible. So a little bit of crowd surfing maybe.
Good, so we'll just give a few minutes for that to be set up and we'll go from there. little stand-up routine now, wouldn't it?
Can you tell us about the benefits of going on retreat?
Oh, the benefits of going on retreat. Well, it's funny you mention. Yeah, you mentioned. We're all good. Okay. So, Maitreya Shura has saved you all from the benefits of going on a retreat, and most importantly, has saved you all the benefits of one of my dad jokes, which are fantastic, actually. So, it's my great honour and pleasure to be introducing Jnanavaca to you this evening. Jnanavaca is a very long-standing, very well-cherished teacher at the London Buddhist Centre. He was previously the chair of the centre prior to the current chair, Surya Gupta, and has been living and working around the centre for 20 years or so? 30 years. So he's given so much to the London Buddhist Centre, decades of work and energy and care to the London Buddhist Centre, and I've just benefited so much from it. So many of us have benefited so much from it. He still continues to give now. So he's very active in meeting up with people, being friends with people, teaching at these festival days. That mostly when you ask Jnanavaca to teach, he always says yes if he can, and it's just so deeply appreciated. We get so much benefit from Jnanavaca's long experience of practice, practicing the Buddha's teachings. So the title of the talk that he's going to give this evening is Life and Death. So although I'm informed it might have nothing to do with life and it might have nothing to do with death. So let's see. But it is the perfect title for a Jnanavaca talk. Jnanavaca, I've had the benefit of hearing Jnanavaca's life story. And in one particular telling of that life story, he took out all the old letters and various essays that he'd written in school when he was 11 years of age. And already you could sort of tell he had his mind on pretty serious matters. It wasn't the usual thing. When I was 12, my teacher asked me if the essay I'd written was written in Braille. And Jnanavaca had this beautiful handwriting, 11 years of age. And just sort of really sort of existential stuff. So it's like, this life is but a veil of tears and suffering. And time again we fall into coming back to this life. We die, we forget that we can't get satisfaction in this life, and we come back again and again and again. 11 years of age, folks. I was writing about, my trip to Euro Disney or whatever I might have been, or my summer holidays in County Wexford. So I think Jnanavaca really is, from living with Jnanavaca, that early sense of being actually much more interested in, I suppose the serious matters of life in some ways. The serious matters of life has flourished into a life sort of, really sort of investigating that. And what I often get from the sense from Jnanavaca is that he sort of exists in a slightly sort of thinner place than I do, between sort of this everyday normal existence and something much more mysterious and magical than that. And I've really benefited from just being around him for that, actually. So without further ado, I'll introduce Jnanavaca and let him take it away.
O now, when the bardo of life upon me is dawning, abandoning idleness, there being no idleness in a devotee's life, entering into the reality undistractedly, listening, reflecting, and meditating, carrying onto the path knowledge of the true nature of appearances and of mind, may the Trikaya be realized. Once that the human form has been attained, may there be no time or opportunity to idle it away. O procrastinating one, who thinks not of the coming of death, devoting yourself to the useless doings of this life, improvident are you in dissipating your great opportunity. Mistaken indeed will your purpose be now if you return empty-handed from this life. Since the holy Dharma is known to be your true need, will you not devote yourself to the holy Dharma, even now? So there's some verses, or an extract of some verses called the root verses of the Six Bardos. And I'm going to be talking about those verses. But I also want to say, well, thank you to Amla Yoden, and a very warm welcome from me. And welcome to you if you're next door. Can you hear me? Slightly delayed, isn't it? They can hear me. And if you're watching at home online, a very, very warm welcome to you too. So these root verses are, they date probably from the 14th century. They're part of a tradition, well, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Bardo Tadol, belongs to this set of, or cycle of teachings that these verses also come from. They're attributed to a Turton, somebody called a Turton, called Karmalingpa. A Turton is said to be a revealer of the treasure, a revealer of hidden treasure. And the treasure is supposed to have been hidden by Padmasambhava. So mythically, these verses are attributed to Padmasambhava and have said to be, as it were, revealed, discovered, found by Karmalingpa in the 14th century. And there's actually 6 verses, and then this kind of exhortation at the end. And I'm mainly going to be focusing on the first verse. And it's each of these verses is a teaching about how to gain enlightenment, how to gain liberation in different states of being, in different states of consciousness. And the different states of being that, well, I'll just give you an overview, are all called bardos. Bardo means between two. It means an in-between state. So each of these states of being is between two others. It's an in-between state. So the first state of being is life, this life itself. This life is said to be, of course, between birth and death. It's an in-between state. And then there's the bardo of dreams. So dreams are another state of consciousness in which it's said that you can gain liberation. You can see into the true nature of reality, of appearances and of mind, and gain liberation in a dream state. The bardo of meditation. So meditation here is where you're, it's not the normal sort of chattering mind kind of meditation where you might be distracted or lost in some hindrance or other. It's a deep absorbed state, and in that state, which is another state of consciousness, it's possible to awaken to the true nature of reality. And then, interestingly, the remaining 3 bardos are to do with death and the after-death state. So the 4th one is the moment of death. It's said at the moment of death, reality just shines forth, and I might come back to that if I've got time. Then, if you don't realize enlightenment, if you miss that opportunity, and let's assume that we missed it last time. That's why we're here. So if you've missed that, you've got another one coming. but we missed it last time. If you miss that opportunity, you enter into another, as it were, state, another dimension, where it's a visionary state. It's a state where visionary beings appear before you. It's a state where your mind projects images that are somehow calling you to wake up to the true nature of reality. So there's a visionary state that you enter. It's the bardo of reality, or the bardo of dharmata. And if you miss that opportunity, and you're presented, according to the Bardo Tadol, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, we are presented with opportunity after opportunity after opportunity, vision after vision after vision. The Buddhas appear, and then other more strange forms from the Tibetan culture kind of appear. Probably for us, it'll be images that we are familiar with that will appear. If you miss the opportunity of realizing that those images are actually aspects of your own mind, if you miss that realization, then you enter into another dimension where you'll take birth in another life. And there's the bardo of rebirth. Even then, there's an opportunity of waking up. And if we don't, then we find ourselves back in some other form. And the bardo of life opens up again. Yeah? So there's opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. This teaching is saying that that's what the main purpose, you could say, of our lives, and even of dreams and all the other states is. It's to realize enlightenment, to wake up, to liberate consciousness from the delusion that it is trapped by. So, that's what I want to mainly talk about. A little bit more about what bardo kind of refers to. So I've said it's an in-between state. This sort of life is said to be, when we're deluded, which all unenlightened beings, myself included, are, it's like we're living in a constructed reality. We're living in a constructed reality, and we don't realize that the world that we're living in is a construct, partly constructed, well, sometimes it's said it's entirely constructed by our own minds. We're living in a mind-made world. And we don't realize that, and we take it for objective reality, as if the world is as it appears to be. What this teaching is saying is it's not, it's just an appearance. It's just an appearance. And it just feels like a really good time to think about, do we live in a mind-made world? Are we living a life that is really free, or are we imprisoned in a sort of repetitive, habitual way of living and of being that we've just not gotten used to, accustomed to? You know, we're about to enter a new year. You could say this evening, now, is a bardo. You can have bardos within bardos. So you could say that New Year's Eve is a bardo within the bardo of life. It's a bardo between 2 years. 1 year is dying, another is about to be born. And it's such a good time to reflect on, well, are we living the life that we meant to live when we were perhaps younger? Or perhaps it's not so much even a question of age, it's a question of, think about when you have had your deepest, most insightful, most inspired moments or times. Think about that, because just by being here, I know that you will have had some sort of glimpses that there's more to life than YouTube shorts, which is what currently I seem to be rather addicted to. There's more than that. You know that, I know that, and it's so easy to forget that. So think about those times when we've sort of intuited that or seen that, glimpsed that, and then think about, are we living the life that was pointed to by those glimpses, by those visions? Or are we living in a much sort of, lazier way? What this verse says, Oh, now when the bardo of life upon me is dawning, this life, and we're in that bardo, abandoning idleness, there being no idleness in a devotee's life. So idleness, I mean, I am so familiar with idleness, of procrastination, of not doing, not in a way living from my deepest and highest inspirations. And for me, it feels like I have to constantly snap out of that habitual mode of being and wake myself up and remember that the Dharma is the most important thing to do in this life, in this bardo. So I'm going to come back to idleness and laziness because there's more I want to say about it. But before that, I want to give a bit of an overview of a bit of the context that these verses, root verses, come from. Or a bit of the indicate something of the view that they're trying to communicate. So part of that is this view that I've already sort of alluded to, that the world that we normally experience is a construct. This phenomenal world, including ourselves, including this body and my ordinary mind and your ordinary mind and your ordinary body, that is somehow appearances. They're not completely real. They're sort of they appear real, but they're not as real and substantial as we normally take them for. They're said to be the play of awareness, an awareness that transcends our ordinary minds. Everything, this whole phenomenal universe, is said to be the play of awareness. So the view there is that rather than matter, this material stuff, being the primary reality, the view here is that reality is primarily of the nature of awareness. And this stuff that we call material existence, phenomenal existence, this body, is arising from mind, from awareness. I'm going to use the word awareness. It's that way round, that awareness is more fundamental than matter. It's quite a in a way, it's not just a Buddhist idea, this. You get it in Western idealist philosophy, but it's not, it doesn't necessarily attune to common sense. You have to kind of really think about this. Is it true that the world that we experience through the senses is just an appearance? Yeah. One way that I like to think about it is by looking at, or thinking about, trying to think about the nature of the senses and sense experience. We've got these 5 physical senses. Buddhism says the mind that we have, our ordinary mind, is also a sense. We've got these 6 senses then, and they have sense experience. I'm looking at you, you're looking at me, hopefully, and you're seeing an image. It's an image created by your eyes and by the mind. It's like without the mind and without your eyes, you wouldn't be seeing this. But if you had different sorts of eyes, then you would see a different image. The image isn't necessarily the reality. It's the image that's dependent upon the sense organs and the mind that we have. Does that make sense? It's sort of, but yet we walk around thinking the world is as it appears to be. What Buddhism's saying is no, this is how the world appears to you. How it is in itself, you'll never know, we'll never know. It's much, much more ungraspable and mysterious than we assume. We assume that it is as it appears to us. But what appears to us is just that. It's what appears to us. If you were a fly or a different sort of animal with different senses, you'd experience a different world. If you were a bat, you'd experience a very, very different world. And how the world really is beyond all saying. If we were a microbe, we'd experience reality very differently. If you were a subatomic particle, you could probably pass through walls and experience, you wouldn't experience solidity necessarily. Solidity is an appearance, isn't it? It's an appearance. Everything's an appearance. Sound, taste, touch, smell, and then all the images that happen in mind, in our ordinary minds, their appearances. So this view is saying, look, we live in a world of appearances, and part of waking up to the true nature of reality is to recognize that, not just intellectually, but really let that become a gut level realization that we are in a world of appearances. In fact, we are an appearance in a world of appearances. It's not even like we're outside of that looking at this world of appearances. We are an appearance in this world of appearances of the nature of awareness. It's said that there are sort of, in this model, there are, according to the Yogacara, which is a philosophical school of later Buddhism, of Mahayana Buddhism, it's said that there are three kind of layers or turnings of mind. At the topmost level, at the most, as it were, superficial level, you've got sense experience in the way that I've just talked about: sight, sound, smells, touch, taste, and mental thoughts, perceptions, feelings, etc. So that's at the topmost level. That's what appears to us. That's one sort of level of perception. It's one level at which our minds operate. But underneath that, there's another level, which is where the delusion comes. Because at that top level, Buddhism's saying, look, it's not a problem. It's fine to have sight, sound, smells, taste, touch, and mental experiences. The Buddha did. After waking up, after becoming enlightened, he could still move around the world when he had a body. He could still interact with the world through his senses. It's fine. That's not where the delusion of unenlightened mind is. It's deeper than that. It's not really conscious, the delusion. The delusion is at another level where we assume that there's a real me in here and a real world out there that is exactly as it appears to be. And the me in here is a separate and fixed entity in a separate and fixed world. A world of objects that are just as they appear to be, and a real me that is a subject in that world. So that delusion, that fundamental delusion, isn't just a rational thought, it's an instinct. It's, in a way, what human beings come into the world with, that instinct. I've got a 3-year-old great nephew, and he's talking and walking and having ideas of his own and exploring the world, and everything to him is new. It's fresh. It's just wonderful. I mean, when he was a bit younger, it's less new actually than it was a year ago. A year ago, I can remember going to an aquarium with him, and fish, he would just say fish. And you only had to show him an image of a fish on a phone, and he would dance around in excitement, saying fish. But he'd already started to label this image as fish. Do you see what I mean? He could recognize the image on the phone as a fish and a fish in an aquarium as a fish, and make that connection. That's quite a sophisticated thing that human beings can do. Take these images, label them, recognize them, and then manipulate them in our world. That's what enables us to, I don't know, get what we want in our lives. He wanted to, have a look at a fish, and he could. And we're a bit older and more sophisticated, maybe, but that mechanism of recognition and labeling is fundamentally the same. Yeah? We've been born with it. But that isn't the deepest level of mind. Mind beneath, you could say beneath, it doesn't really, words kind of now start to fail, and anything that I say is not literally true, because we've gone beneath the level of concepts at all. The level of concepts was at that more superficial level. So just from a metaphorical, if you treat this as metaphorical, it's like beneath that there's a deeper level of mind, which I'm calling awareness. And this awareness isn't deluded. It doesn't differentiate between subject and object, between me and you, me and world. You could say it's not my awareness, it's not your awareness. It is awareness that transcends you and me, and yet is somehow the true nature of you and me, and the true nature of everything in this phenomenal world. It's awareness that in a way can't be pinned down and grasped. Even to call it awareness is, to call it anything is to falsify it. Buddhism is maybe unlike theistic religions, it refuses to pin down the ultimate nature of reality. Theistic religions would say it's God. And Buddhism would say, well, as soon as you label it, actually some theistic religions would agree with this, but as soon as you label it, you have turned it into a thing. And as soon as you turn it into a thing, it's somehow in a world of things, yeah, in a world of subjects and objects, and you've falsified it. It isn't in time or space or a world of things. It transcends all of that, and this world of time and space and things is how it manifests. This is a manifestation of awareness. At least that's the view. And Buddhism saying it's saying that that's our true nature. Because it's our true nature, it's also the true nature of everything and everyone. Because it is our, in a way, our fundamental nature, you could say, everybody can realize it. Nobody doesn't have it. It is the nature of everything. So everybody can realize it. And Buddhism's just giving us tools and teachings to wake up to it, to realize it. It's not about taking what the Buddha said or what the teachings say on blind faith. You don't have to believe me. Buddhism's saying, look, these are some tools, some practices. You live like this, and you will realize your true nature. It's inevitable if you practice. And when you do, well, this awareness has qualities to it. It's said to be luminous in that there's a knowing quality to it. Luminosity is a metaphor here. It's not literal, but it's a good metaphor, because light is somehow it's ungraspable. But it's clear, and it reveals the truth. I mean, you can see in light, and there's a knowing quality to this awareness. It knows itself, it knows it's true. There's a sort of expansive quality to it, a quality of freedom, a quality without limits, where all the boundaries that we normally create between well, me in here, so I end at this point, and then this lectern begins here, and you're out there a little bit further away, and if you're online, you're definitely further away or next door. We live in such a world of boundaries, but this awareness transcends all of that. The appearances are seen for what they are. The boundaries are just appearances. And there's a freedom, there's an expansive, boundless quality to this awareness. It's not said to be in time and space, so in a way it's not possible to talk about it. But there's a freedom and a boundless quality. And there's a quality of love. There's a quality where in this awareness, when you realize this awareness, perhaps it's because all boundaries have fallen away. There's just love. There's love, and it's not a sort of sentimental love. It's not even the metta that we normally try and create or evoke here, or develop in the metta bhavana. It's a spontaneous identification with all life. That you realize that the separation is illusory. Yeah, it's relatively real. It's not that you and me are completely like the same. I hope not. Anyway, it's not like that. This, at a relative level, there is this separation and this separateness and streams of consciousness and so forth. It's just that that's not ultimately true. That's just not ultimately true. When you're having a dream, sometimes the dream analogy is used. Sometimes when you're having a dream, you can be in the dream, and other people can be in the dream. Other beings can be in the dream, and there can be a world, an environment in the dream. Yeah. You wake up and you realize that actually you, the other people, and the environment, the world, were all dream. Yeah? It was all of the same nature. And none of it was completely, absolutely real. It felt real while it was happening, and none of it was absolutely real. When you wake up, you realize, it's just relatively real. It left an effect. It might, if it was a strong dream, a vivid dream, it might have left a trace in the morning. It might have sort of coloured your mind in some way, flavoured it in some way. But nevertheless, you wake up and you realise, that was a dream state. And this is, the waking state. And the dream state feels relatively unreal compared to this waking state. Well, it's said that when you wake up to enlightenment, this waking state feels dreamlike. Yeah? It's like we were in a dream, and in that dream we believed that we were this persona, that this appearance, we identified with it, this body and this personality, this ordinary mind. We took that really seriously, and we competed with other people, and we fought with them, or played with them, or loved them, or loathed them, but we took it all very, very seriously, as if it was real. And an enlightened person would see through that, like you'd woken from a dream. So that's the view. That's the view behind these verses. That's what we're trying to realize for ourselves. But I want to sort of say something about the importance of context. I don't think it is just a case of, the verse says, entering into the reality undistractedly, listening, reflecting and meditating, carrying on to the path, knowledge of the true nature of appearances and of mind. So the verse is pointing us to what we need to do. We need to listen, reflect and meditate. Listen to the Dharma, reflect upon it, meditate upon it, and practice those teachings, carrying on to the path, knowledge of the true nature of appearances and of mind. Take into our lives this knowledge that the world is not as it appears to be, that it appears as it appears, and they are appearances, and there's a deeper reality behind the appearance. And it seems so important, this. I know it might sound all very abstract and philosophical, but it comes right down to, look, if we take appearances literally, if we take this life literally, if we take this body and this life literally, then what do? We live in a way that tries to get, I don't know, the happiest life for ourselves that we can. And in a way there's nothing wrong with that, apart from it doesn't fulfill. It doesn't really fulfill, because we're trying to rearrange appearances to suit this appearance. One of the real teachings, the fundamental teachings of Buddhism, is that when you are in this phenomenal world, you can't hold on to anything, because it's all impermanent. It's all transient. It's all melting like snow through your fingers. And to grasp onto it is fruitless. But that's what happens when we take this life literally. We grasp onto it. We grasp onto this me, and then what does this me want? And that could take the form of possessions, small things, big things, houses, yachts. It could take the form of people, lovers, family, children, people that I want around me, friends. It can take the form of, well, a bit more intangible things like power and status and success in the eyes of other people. All of those things are products of us taking this life literally, not as some sort of relatively real waking dream, but as if it was literally it. It also, I think, because we don't, in our culture, have a sense, well, in our culture we don't reflect on death, and typically most people in our culture don't have a sense of something beyond death. It kind of means this life is all we've got. And that, I think, adds to the grasping that we instinctively do. It adds sort of momentum to I've got to get what I can from this life. And of course, at its worst, it leads to hatred and violence, all the horrors that we're seeing in the world. Maybe they've always been there, but it does seem like the world is in a pretty, well, some of the things in the world are pretty horrible at the moment. Not just the wars in the Middle East and the Ukraine, but there are wars elsewhere that have fallen out of the news. And then there's, well, so much poverty, and I was reading that it's 700 million people living below the poverty line. The world, there's so much that you could say is human-made unnecessary suffering. Yeah. Some of it we can't avoid. Once we've got a body, there will be illness and sickness and death. That will be suffering and loss. But we, as human beings, could be living in a much, much more harmonious and fulfilled way than we do. Yeah, because we take it all very literally. That's what this teaching is saying. So it's not just an abstract teaching. It is about completely transforming our view of life and then the life that we live. And I'll come back to that at the end. So what I want to say is, I want to say a little bit about the context, because, why do I want to say this? Partly, I think it's because we live in a culture where we tend to take teachings from all sorts of places, Buddhism included, and we take them out of context. We take them out of context. We practice them in a context that is comfortable and familiar to us. And in doing so, we don't realize that we're distorting the message. we're actually falsifying the teachings. So why do I want to say this? Because I've seen, particularly online, I've seen in the last number of years, few years, the rise of more and more teachers, some of them Buddhists, some of them probably Advaita Vedantic Hindus, and some of them who probably don't align with any tradition, teaching about non-duality and non-dual awareness and how you can realize it because it is your true nature, and how, giving you tips and techniques for realizing it. In a sense, there may be some truth in what they're saying, but what worries me is that there's no context for those teachings. You can literally watch them on YouTube Shorts in the comfort of your own home, or wherever you happen to be looking at your screen on your phone, and you can go around trying to realize this true nature of appearances and of mind, seemingly without changing anything in your life. And I've met some people who think that they have realized the true nature of appearances of mind, and they may have done to some degree in a way I can't sort of reach inside them and know what their experience is. What I can do is look at their outer behavior, and it doesn't always seem to indicate an enlightened being. So I think that is because context has gone missing. The teachings of the Dharma, be that early Buddhism or later Buddhism, if it's Tantra or Zen or Theravadan Buddhism, have always been in a particular context, a social context, a context for your life, a context that teaches you how to practice ethical behavior, skillful behavior, a context that defines your relationships with each other, with teachers and peers, a context that has a bigger purpose for life, because a context of altruism, of selflessness, of service, a context that says that a worthwhile life is lived for higher ideals. All of that can be, as it were, stripped away by this YouTube short that just says, this is the true nature of your mind. Does that make sense? And if you do that, you really run the risk of I guess appropriating the teachings in a way that is just egotistical, of thinking that you've realized something and actually you haven't. If you find yourself encountering a teacher who says they're definitely enlightened, then just I don't know, be a bit savvy about that. Because why would they go around saying that? And particularly on YouTube. Why would they say that online? It's such a crass thing to say. Apart from, it's a sacred teaching, this. It's not something that you just plaster on social media and try and get as many likes as you can. It's a travesty, that, of the Dharma. And if that ego appropriation happens, what we've done is we've created for ourselves a trap, because we'll think that we've realized something when our realization is at best partial. It might be, it might have some truth in it, but if it's partial and we think it's complete, it becomes a trap for us. Yeah. Also, some of these teachers mix up the fact that this world of appearances, even though it's not ultimately real, it still is relatively real. Yeah? It's not that this isn't happening right now, that we're not here right now. It's not like that. It's just saying that there's a deeper reality going on that we're not aware of. Whereas some of these teachers, particularly if they veer towards a non-dual Hindu stance, say none of this is real, and therefore none of it matters, and you don't have free will anyway, because you don't exist, and tell you what, you can behave how you like, because it has no real consequence. And that is a travesty. It's the antithesis of the Buddha's message, which was actions have consequences. And acting skillfully is at the root of the path leading to liberation. Again, some of these teachers will say there's no path, because a path just is another construct, and you are just confusing yourself more. So just wake up now. Oh, you didn't wake up. Oh, never mind. Do what you want. I mean, that's a parody of these teachings, but there's nevertheless a real danger that people can start to think nothing they do matters. Ethics doesn't matter. Practice, meditation doesn't matter. How we treat each other doesn't matter. Because this is all unreal. And that's not what the Buddha meant. This is happening. This is relatively real. It's just that there's a deeper reality that is more liberating. So context really matters. And I think what Bhante Sangharakshita has done, what I feel more and more grateful for after 30 years of trying to practice the Dharma more or less, more imperfectly than most of the time, what I feel more and more grateful for is the context that he's given. So it's a context that includes, but isn't limited by, teachings on ethics. So how we behave really matters. It's a context that says, look, how I live my life, what I do with my time, my energy, who I socialize with, how I treat other people is more or less aligned with the Dharma. The Dharma includes all of that. It's a context that says altruism is not a sort of negotiable add-on to a spiritual life, to a dharmic life. If there isn't an altruistic dimension, a component to our lives of generosity, of trying to serve life, of trying to serve other people in some way, then it's not the Dharma. It's just a refined selfishness. Yeah? You know how Buddhism meditation can just become a little add-on that makes me feel better about my life, and then never mind everybody else. That's a distortion. That's a lack of distortion because it's been taken out of context. Teaching's been taken out of context. Bhante's insisted that, well, the way he's put it is that your whole life needs to be about going for refuge to the three jewels. Going for refuge is a traditional term for what you are orientating your life towards. What is the defining principles that you're orientating your life to? And he says it's the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha that you need to, as a Buddhist, be orientating your life to. You, of course, I can't do that fully all the time, but nevertheless, it has to be an ideal that we try and gather around. He's been it sounds such a simple teaching, but even lots of Buddhist schools have missed the centrality of going for refuge to the three jewels. Sometimes Buddhists have made becoming a monk or a nun the central thing about being a Buddhist, or sometimes it's about tantric initiation, or sometimes it's about some other sort of secondary activity of practice. What Bhante's saying is no, it's about your whole life, and it's about orientating that to a transcendental reality, this awareness that I'm talking about. And that includes every aspect of your life. I mean, for example, our work lives. If we think that we're a Buddhist when we're here at the LBC or wherever we go when we're on retreat, and that our work lives, I don't know, we can just speak harshly, speak falsely. I'm afraid when I first started practicing, my work life was I had one ethical standard in this corporate work life, and then at home I had another ethical standard. Yeah? And it became like I was becoming split into two. When I first moved into a community here, I worked in the corporate world, and I'd come down in the morning to this room, meditate, and then I'd go upstairs, put on a suit, and you had to wear a suit then, and ties and things, and then go in and be some middle manager, and often in a very harsh environment, I don't know, colluding, and then come back home and take my suit off and come down to a Buddhist class. And it was, in the end, thankfully, intolerable for me. But to a lesser or greater degree, I'm probably doing that in a more subtle way, and probably we all are, unless in every aspect of your life you find yourself completely consistent in your going for refuge to the three jewels. We're probably split in that way. And part of what we're trying to do as practitioners is to integrate around those values more and more. So context is really important. And I want to talk about laziness, because it says, look, abandoning idleness, there being no idleness in a devotee's life. And I think a lot of the time we're not, unless you're, inclined to be a dictator in some poor country, as it were, we're probably not evil. We're not bad people, probably. But I suspect, if you're anything like me, we're lazy. We're lazy. And I just want to analyze laziness in a traditional way, because it doesn't necessarily mean what we think it means. Well, actually, the first type of laziness is what we think it means. It's defined as, according to one Abhidharma definition, it's defined as the pleasure of lying down and not getting up. The pleasure of lying down and not getting up. And I know this one. Deeply. It's one of the greatest non-dharmic pleasures in my life, is the pleasure of lying down and not getting up. And it doesn't conduce to awakening. I'll say more maybe later. I've got to move on. There's another type of laziness which is the opposite, or it seems like the opposite, which is a laziness which is really busying yourself with lots and lots of activity that is completely worldly, that isn't oriented to something beyond this life, beyond this world of appearances. Gampopa talks about it as destroying enemies, accumulating wealth, and so forth. It's the laziness of just ordinary, busy, mundane life that has no higher dimension to it, no purpose to it, beyond worldly and probably egotistical gains. Yeah? So that's perhaps more surprising, because I don't know what I was going to say, our culture, but certainly London life seems to be oriented towards that sort of frenetic activity that is pretty unthinking. Everybody going round with a huge number of things on their to-do list, and I'm not alone in this, but we now get emails, voicemails, WhatsApp messages, text messages available. People are available 24 hours a day. The boundaries between work and not work, everything can just be oriented towards this activity. And you think, what is that activity for? For most of us, unless you're working in some altruistic field, for most of us it will be feathering our own nest in some way. Yeah? And that's laziness. Living a life like that is lazy because it's not actually living for what we're here for. Then there's the laziness of self-excuse. This is interesting. It's the laziness that says, that lets ourselves off the hook, probably by blaming somebody else for what's happening. Yeah? We live in such a culture of blame, don't we? Buddhism asks us to renounce blame. It says that, of course, unpleasant, awful things can happen to people. And we're not responsible necessarily for everything that happens to us. What we are responsible for is how we respond with our mind. And if we respond with blame, with hatred, with resentment, with feeling a victim, then we're losing that opportunity to grow. Yeah? It's sometimes very understandable because some people have awful things happen to them, sometimes from childhood onwards. But Buddhism's saying, look, it's a very challenging teaching that says, certainly as an adult, we have the responsibility to act creatively and not blame. It's difficult, that one, isn't it? I think it really is a grown-up thing to do. Again, Dhruv, my little nephew, great nephew, I was with him in a soft play area the other week, just around the corner in what was the Museum of Childhood, and he was building a tower, happily playing. He wanted all the round soft play things to build a round tower. Some other little toddler had one of the round things, and it was a catastrophe. The tears flowed. There was no consoling him. He wanted the round thing, and it was that other toddler's fault that he couldn't build his tower. It goes very, very deep, doesn't it? I want something, and I can't have it, and it's your fault. Very, very obvious, really. So we had to, he's currently learning about sharing, and everything has to be shared, and how sharing is a good thing. And eventually he went and offered one of his round things to this toddler and said, let's share. She didn't want it. But it was very good, it was progress. There's also, three other types of laziness that I'm just going to mention. One is being cynical. We live in a world where being cynical is seen as being clever, because no one's going to get one over on me. So, I'm going to be the wise one, cynical one, not really wise. That's a form of laziness. That's interesting, isn't it? Procrastinating inertia. So, again, I'm so proud. While writing this talk, or trying to write this talk yesterday and today, I have watched more episodes of MasterChef Professionals than I'm going to tell you. It's been on. I don't even like it. And I'm not into cooking. I'm not like a foodie. I find it distasteful watching people cook meat and fish. It feels grotesque to me. I tend to skip over all of the cooking bits, actually, and just watch it, look at what they've produced and see who's won. That way you get through more episodes, because I don't like them actually manipulating meat or fish. living beings. If you're serious about Buddhism, actually, vegetarianism ought to be on your agenda. If you're not yet a vegetarian and are seriously trying to progress in your Buddhist life, if you're trying to meditate and do the metta-bhavana, become more aware of the world and other people around you and beings around you, vegetarianism should be somewhere in your sights. And if you're not being vegetarian, it would be worth saying, well, why not? It's quite easy in London to eat really well and not have to eat animals. Anyway, that was an aside. So I've talked about context, and I've talked a little bit about laziness. I want to just now start wrapping up. I want to sort of say, first of all, that this teaching of the Bardos puts life, the whole of our lives, in the context of death and rebirth. I've already sort of said that. Bhante Sangharakshita was very clear that you didn't have to believe in rebirth in order to go for refuge to the Three Jewels, in order to start practicing ethics, in order to start practicing meditation, etc. But I believe that if you have a context of this life isn't the end, the only life, that something of the stream of consciousness that you think of as you carries on after the death of the body, and there will be more opportunities for realization after the death of the body, and if we miss those opportunities there'll be another life in an endless round. If you believe that, if you can have some faith in that, if you can at least be open to that, it gives this life a much bigger context and a much deeper meaning. If this life is the only life, then in some ways enlightenment doesn't quite, at least to me, doesn't mean the same thing. So say before I die I manage to get enlightened, well then, I'm going to die anyway, and would I have been better off trying to just, get wealthy? It doesn't quite, for me, have the same meaning. I think for some Buddhists it might do, and I'm literally just speaking for myself here. I'm not trying to say that every Buddhist will agree with me, but for me it narrows the whole project of Buddhahood, of moving towards enlightenment, if it's just about this lifetime. Whereas if I think that I'm on a journey of countless lifetimes, where the whole purpose of that journey is to raise the level of my consciousness towards the Buddha's consciousness, and that's what I'm doing lifetime after lifetime, as long as I don't succumb to too much laziness and forget. If that is what I'm doing, then this life takes on a sort of mythic and epic quality. It has a meaning beyond the things that just happen to me. So sometimes painful things will happen to us. I think that if we're going to be able to stay in touch with our ideals beyond suffering, then we need an ideal that takes us beyond just this life. I could say more about that. I won't, mainly because of time. But I just ask you to challenge you in a way to question what you believe happens after death. Think about it. What do you believe, and what are the implications for you and your life if you, whatever your belief is? And do you have any sort of evidence for it? I've been reading quite a few books on people who've had near-death experiences or past life memories and so forth. And I think there is gathering evidence, if you're open to it, that death of the body isn't the death of consciousness. So finally, I just want to come back to why this is so important. I don't think it's just important for us individually. One of the things that, again, Triratna emphasizes so much is Sangha, is community. And part of what Sangha offers is a force which can have an effect, a positive effect, on many, many more people in the world than if we were just individually practicing. Collectively, we can do something. Like this centre was and is a collective effort on the part of many, many people, from the people who literally built this place to all the people that have, in the last 40 or more years, helped it become a Buddhist centre with a thriving community around it. And it is only one of many, many, many centres in Triratna. Bante's vision, I think, was... Well, it was vast. I think he was trying to say, how do we raise the level of human consciousness? How do we raise the level of human consciousness? And how do the teachings of the Buddha help us do that? And unless we do that individually and band together with other people who are doing it collectively, we're not going to have a huge impact on the world. And that's what the world needs us to do. If you think about all the problems that the world has that seem insoluble, including global warming, the pollution of the environment, the wars that we're seeing, of course they need other solutions. It's not like everybody practicing Buddhism is going to solve global warming or will magically find a solution for the Middle East or whatever. We'll need other solutions, socio-political, scientific solutions. But ultimately, I don't think they're going to work unless we can raise our level of consciousness beyond the self-centered grasping that human beings are born with. Unless we can do that, there'll just be other wars and other conflicts. Yeah? And we'll probably find that it gets worse. I think there's a real opportunity. I'm not sort of completely pessimistic, but I'm not optimistic either about our future. I think there is an opportunity, though, and part of that opportunity, an essential part of that opportunity, is the transformation of consciousness. Yeah? And that's what Buddhism has to offer. I can't go and help in some sort of peace process in Ukraine or wherever. I'm not going to be able to. What I've dedicated my life to, at least when I am not watching MasterChef, is trying to raise my own level of consciousness and then communicate as best I can to inspire other people to do the same. And I feel privileged to be part of a Sangha where fortunately I'm not alone in doing that, but thousands, tens of thousands of people all over the world are doing that. And that's, for me, what makes my life meaningful, even though I can't help with all the world's problems. Okay, good. So I've talked about the view behind these root verses. I've talked a little bit about the Bardo of life and what life is really about according to this teaching. It's about raising our consciousness and helping others do the same, helping to transform the world. I've talked about the need for context and how if we don't have a context, a traditional context, then even if we do manage to have a breakthrough in our consciousness, it's very easy to let that just be self-serving in an individualistic way, and that won't help the world. That can't be part of the Buddha's intention. It's certainly not as I understand it. So context is really important, and every aspect of our life needing transformation. And I've talked a little bit about idleness and its various forms, and the context of death which I find very exciting. It's not that I'm kind of longing to die, but part of me is excited by not the dying process, which I don't want, but part of me is quite excited about the opportunity for awakening that death is said to present. I want to give it another go and see if I can do better next time. I'll probably see you again as a little toddler grasping his soft play toy. Okay, so I am now going to finish, and I want to just read this verse again. And in the puja, if you stay for the puja, you'll hear all 6 verses read out. I'm not going to do that, partly because of time. But I'll read this verse again, which is the Bardo of Life, and then I'll read the exhortation which comes at the end. O now, when the Bardo of life upon me is dawning, abandoning idleness, there being no idleness in a devotee's life, entering into the reality undistractedly, listening, reflecting, meditating, carrying on to the path knowledge of the true nature of appearances and of mind, may the Trikaya be realized. Once that the human form has been attained, may there be no time or opportunity in which to idle it away. O procrastinating one, who thinks not of the coming of death, devoting yourself to the useless doings of this life, improvident are you in dissipating your great opportunity. Mistaken indeed will your purpose be now if you return empty-handed from this life. Since the Holy Dharma is known to be your true need, will you not devote yourself to the Holy Dharma even now? Thank you.
Very much for that, Jnanavaca, for got a really phenomenal talk. And I think often what I get from Jnanavaca's talks, and for what I really got from this one as well, is just a sense of urgency, actually, just a sense of, I suppose, the preciousness of the opportunity that we have and how seriously we need to take it, but also the sense of the excitement and the sort of the mystery of that as well, and how it just, it doesn't end with our sort of lives that we live now, but it goes on and on. That mystery, that path, that magical journey goes on and on and on. So I always really appreciate just the urgency of Jnanavaca's talks and a sense of the mystery of that as well. So what we'll do is now we will go into the room next door. We'll have some food and a drink as well, and from that point onwards, we'll go into the puja and we'll welcome in the new year ritually through the puja. We'll say a bit more about that. There'll be something for beginners downstairs and the regulars up here in the main shrine room. We'll say a little bit more about that when the time comes, and then we'll go on till 6 in the morning with Suryanaga and Aryavasa as well. So I'd really encourage you to stay on for all of that if you can. It would be really fantastic. But maybe for now we can just thank Jnanavaca again. Good. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just start to make our way out. So maybe we'll do it in stages. So everybody sort of in this section of the room here, these first sort of 3-4 rows can just start. And maybe just everybody else just stay put for the meeting for a second. Thank you. Do you take these for notes? Yeah,
You're welcome. Or well, you kind of just read it until there.
Yeah, let's do that. There's the microphone there.
See you in the new year.
Okay, so maybe those in the middle section of the room can go. What do we do with this bit? Brilliant.
I'm disconnected here.
Yeah, don't worry. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. And I really felt that, and I was really trying to feel like it's going to be useful. Which is like, I need to.
You're ready to move. Things here real quick. Did you have any I know, oh God. Right. Yeah, well,
And that grasping is
I think if I was thing, it was I got to the stage but not in like
I see that as I guess it's just that it's
I'm going to check it with the phrase. I mean, I imagine I'm not going to stay here. But the one downstairs is but setting intentions and reflecting, I'll see what Craig says. He's going tomorrow repeating well, emergency might stay out. Yeah, I know. But maybe get
my intention is and I wonder what the influence and it might be very it's not obvious. So say, well, there's a couple of things I've done well, depends on whether they want to engage, because it does mean education owns jobs, confidence in that community, and that comes from them. They're not passive. People want to practice their knowledge on the page, you have to do it. So if you look at the confidence of being made your science, you come up with it. But if that community is a bit of chocolate, they might have the ability to be with others slightly better.
But then is it case of like they only I wonder if like the only actions of
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I mean,
I don't think that's an experience. It's more like if they want to join class or teaching and bring I was quite open to
somebody that's right. I'm not sure if I still do it. I know what each person's values was so that also because that there's Asian women that look after usual sons of ideas, save and live alone the whole time. And some of us still just just given the weekly garden, which is being a bit not even after the last period of food. Video and then they go home and they don't have any words, so they don't pass words. Well, fair enough.
because I see so much of that and I see
Yeah, so just going to shift one line.
One
There is some
people will be known like those. And then, and then you can just line them along there.
Have we got? I mean, that's I've never actually seen it. What we could just have is
Simon, you know what? We need to extinguish the candle.
Okay.
pure white.
Where are they?
The white ones for you, and there's this candle thing.
Yeah, you want to get the white
Yeah, I'll get the
Okay, this is. Anyway, we'll pick that up. Yeah.
They're being swapped over here. Your white balls.
It's not on the road. If I need to come up and down, could you say no? That's be interesting. Who knows all that? I'll try and do something on theme. But not too heavy metal. It has to be quiet. I don't know. It might be 42.
Is there a box there for the old candles?
no, it's out there, but I think it's best to just put it in here for now. Yeah, thanks.
Oh yeah, I do, yeah. You want it? Yeah. Hey, how long did you need it?
Maybe we need it for now. How long do you stay?
Until
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you need to get down on this road. Thank you very much. I'll bring it back.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about being
Ready?
I think so. Yeah.
Sorry, was quicker than I thought.
Oh, cool. Oh, nice.
If we sit there at the door, the earring, so that's one of the
I need to get on the midnight train from Bethnal Green.
From Bethnal
But I
Green.
don't want to disturb
It'll be
anything.
fine. Basically, what you'll do is, when we'll be outside at the point of midnight,
Yeah.
then we'll all come back in again. Probably what you're just best off is just going at that point. So you'll be outside anyway, so you just go from that.
Okay, that's brilliant. Yeah, I just didn't want to be like.
No, that's fine. No worries. How many is that? Do you know?
It should be about
55. Give them 2 quarters to Why don't you do it? Yada. Pray for the best. Well, pray for the best.
Very well. Close your eyes. Open up in the night.
Yeah. You see it? So Nick, so I'll start doing an introduction at 11:05. So that means that I'll cue you out for about 2 minutes to go or something at 3 past 2 minutes, 3 minutes past them. So you can just ease it out. Good.
Okay, great.
Good. Nice one.
Sure.
Okay, folks, so just come on in again, just find a place, find a spot. Okay, so we'll just give people a few minutes to arrive, and then we'll go from there. So there's some cushions right in the middle here as well. Just sort of right here, folks. So if we could fill those, that would be great. Still some cushions right in the middle here, so maybe if somebody can go into this one here. Yeah, if you can go take one of these here. Okay, so we have everybody that's going to be in is in, as far as I know. Good. Great. Okay. So we're at the sort of the crescendo, the very kind of height of the evening. And at this point, what we'll do, Alfie, it's probably not best there, actually. Would you mind if that's possible? Yeah, thanks. What we'll do is we will see the New Year in ritually, and we're going to do that over a few different stages. So what I'll do is I'll say a bit now. I'll say what we'll do, and then we'll do it. That's probably a good order of running order, isn't it? So what we're going to do is we're going to see in the new year through a ritual, and human beings have always been highly ritualistic. Actually, I mean, sometimes I think I was walking along the West Highland Way in May this year. I walked the West Highland Way, and just as I came to an opening, a lot of it walks through Loch Lomond, goes through Loch Lomond. And right at the point of Loch Lomond, sort of just as I was getting to the end, bedraggled by midges and dehydrated and slightly sunburnt, and wondering why I decided to walk this 100-mile walk, I came to this sort of opening near Loch Lomond, and on this plaque, on this memorial plaque, there was a little message here. how did it go? In memory of Bill Lomond, who gave his life in the ultimate sacrifice for a friend. So in memory of Bill Lomond, who gave his life in the ultimate sacrifice for a friend. And actually I was very moved by it, because you knew exactly what Bill Lomond did. He had drowned, and looking to help some of his friends, and looking at the story afterwards, that it's exactly what had happened actually. When I looked in the news stories afterwards, what had happened, Bill Lomond, he worked for a local university, and he went out with some of his colleagues, and there was an unusual amount of rain for the time of the year, and they misjudged the stream, and some went in, and Bill Lomond went in and saved some of his colleagues' life, and he died in the process. And there was this plaque in memory of him, and all around the plaque was a sort of offerings of stones and pebbles and sticks. So there'd been these sticks sort of raised up, mounted up in this tower of sort of devotion and offering, just in front of the plaque. And all the pebbles from the area had all been sort of mounted up just in front as well, in these little offerings, just like you do in a Buddhist ritual. These little offerings to this act of self-sacrifice, this ultimate act of love, this ultimate act of courage and heroism. And I couldn't help but be moved. I wanted to make my own offering, and I had to go quite a distance actually to find a little stick or a pebble, because so many people had cleared the area in looking to make their offering to this act of self-sacrifice of Bill Lomond's. And I thought, it's unusual, isn't it? Because we have to sort of explain ritual and offerings often so much to people when they first come to the London Buddhist Centre, but it's the most natural human thing in the world. You know? To want to revere, to want to make offerings and look up to what is higher than ourselves, what we are moved by, is the most natural human thing in the world. And all of those hikers who had stopped to make an offering were a testament to that. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to see in the new year making an offering to that which is the highest in the universe, and which resonates with which was highest in us as well, because of course what Buddhism says is that we all have the potential to become what is highest in the universe. We can all become Buddhas. That is our birthright as human beings. And so what is highest in the universe has a resonance with what is highest in us, because that's also our human potential and our human birthright. So we make offerings to that, and that's what we're going to do here as part of this ritual. And we're going to make an offering particularly to Vajrasattva. And Vajrasattva is said to be the Buddha that's particularly associated with death. So you'll see him there in the Tibetan tradition. He's when somebody dies, his long mantra, which we're going to do now as part of this ritual, is often recited, and he's also associated with purification. So particularly in this bardo of death that Jnanavaca was talking about, Vajrasattva is called upon to purify the dying person's consciousness, so to purify particularly any karmic unskillfulnesses that he had committed that might affect their rebirth going forward. He's called upon that to purify it, and what he said is he's said to be our own sort of primordially pure nature. He represents what is sort of purest in us, which according to the tradition is our original nature. That all the sort of things that we kind of ladle on, we add on all the sort of unskillfulness on top of what is basically at root a totally pure nature. And so what Vajrasattva is often recited to help us realize our own primordial pureness, that we are primordially, originally pure in that particular way. So very good for the ex-Catholics amongst us, myself included. And so we'll be making reciting the Vajrasattva mantra as part of the puja. So Kavyamani is going to lead us in that. So she'll lead us in the mantra twice during the puja, and we will. You can just come up and make offerings. Now the thing to do is to really come up. Lots of us to come up for like 6, 7, or 8 of us, as much as we can up at a time, because there's lots of us here, so we can just make offerings to Vajrasattva as part of that offering. So what we'll do then, once we've made offerings, we'll get to the point in the puja where I've forgotten as well, before we even start the puja, what we're going to have is a period of reflection. And the period of reflection is just to really sort of bring to mind, okay, now is an opportunity for change. With every new year, there's this sort of, you come into this moment where there's an opportunity to change, don't you? There's like, okay, that old year is done. What is it that I want to bring about for myself and for the rest of the world in the new year? And what we're going to do is we're just going to have a moment to sort of sit and reflect on that. And Nick is going to help us do that with a little bit of a classical guitar. And we're just going to have a time just, I suppose, to just meditate a little bit and think, okay, well, what is it that I've done that I wish I hadn't have done, that I want to leave behind from last year? And what is it that I want to take forward into next year? So there'll be an opportunity for confessions, and you can write your confessions. It might even be good, actually. You've got a blank piece of paper there. You can split it in half and write your confessions on one half, so pretty shorthand, and then you can write your aspirations on the other half. And what you can do is you can just keep your aspirations with you, but then what we're going to do is you can place, you see there's a bowl, I'll move it more into the center. You can place your your confessions in the bowl here, offer them up to the Buddha, and what we're going to do is we'll then burn them when we go outside. Yeah, so you're going to take your confessions, what you sort of a bit regret, what you want to leave behind from last year, what you want to change from last year, and then you can keep your aspirations with you, but write them down as well. And basically, your aspirations is what you'd like to go forward in the year ahead. And we'll have a moment to do that. So no need to do that now. We'll have a moment to do that. Nick will lead us through on that. So we'll have the puja will start. We'll have the mantra. We'll have a reading. I'll do a reading. We'll have and the reading actually will be from Sangharakshita, Bhante Sangharakshita, the man who founded Triratna. And the reading is actually a little bit about Bhante's experience of his mother's death and others' death, friends of his, their death as well, and how he particularly experienced their consciousness after death. So it'll tie in very much with what Jnanavaca was talking about, the whole mystery of what happens to consciousness after death. And we'll hear from Bhante Sangharakshita and what his experience of that of that mystery was, that mystery of death was, particularly in relation to his mother. So we'll have a reading from that. We'll have the puja. We'll have the Vajrasattva mantra from Kavyamani. We'll have another reading from Kavyamani later in the puja. But at some point then what we'll do is, after the confession section, we'll start to make our way. We can start to make our way all the way outside. And then when we're outside, we'll look to sort of, there'll be lots of us, so we'll get as many of us out as we possibly can. And at that point, they'll hopefully, if everything has worked out correctly, there'll be a fire pit, and we will continue with the Vajrasattva mantra there. And then we'll sort of mark in New Year, so there'll be a bell at the New Year. We can mark that in ritually. We'll ritually do that with 3 sadhus, and then we'll have a few moments just to do the Happy New Year bit, and then what we'll do is we'll just come back in and we'll finish the puja, the ritual from there. Okay, so maybe it's best if I don't say too much more, actually, yeah. Why don't we do that? So what we'll have now is a period of reflection, and Nick is going to play us through. And yeah, you can just bring to mind, you don't have to, you can sit in meditation posture, you don't have to, but you can just bring to mind what you'd like to leave behind from last year and what you'd like to take forward into next year as well. You'll also see that you have the Vajrasattva mantra, so that in front of you, so that is the mantra Kavyamani will lead us in, so you can use that to take part in that as well. There should be some more around there, is there not? Here's some more pens. Does anybody not have, you could probably just need to share a pen as well, maybe. If somebody next to you has a pen, that's probably okay. So don't worry, if you have somebody with a pen close to you, that's okay. You can just borrow that as well. Okay. So when we're ready, we'll go into silence, and we'll be in silence for the next 10 minutes at least. And when Nick's ready, he can play us in. Setting up for the puja. We can bring our confessions and offer them in the bowl in the response areas. It was Tuesday, 30th of January 1990. Paramatha and I were having breakfast in our flat above the London Buddhist Centre when I suddenly knew that I had to see my mother that very day. She was then in hospital in Southend-on-Sea and I had seen her only a few days before, and on leaving had promised to see her again in 2 weeks' time. But now I had to see her that very day. Paramatha did not question my intuition, and we set out for Southend-on-Sea as soon as we could do. Having arrived in the town before visiting hours, and wanting to get some exercise, we walked along the front in the direction of Leigh-on-Sea. The sky was overcast, a cold wind was blowing, and although it was midday, one would have thought it was already 4 o'clock. On arriving at the hospital, we went straight to the ward where I thought I would find my mother, on the way passing through a room in which there were 4 beds. The bed in the corner was empty, and the thought struck me that the bed might have been occupied by my mother. The ward sister of whom I inquired where I could find Mrs. Wiltshire wanted to know who I was, and I said, "I'm her son." For a moment or two she was silent, then she said, "I'm sorry to have to tell you that your mother died at 2 o'clock this morning." I was stunned by the unexpected news, but all I said was, "Is it possible to see her?" The ward sister said that she would find out, then ushered us into a waiting room, gave us tea and left. We talked a little about what had happened, and I was glad that Paramatha was with me. An hour later, the ward sister returned. "You can see her now," she said, whereupon we were taken through a series of rooms to the mortuary chapel. My mother's body lay covered with a white sheet except for her head, behind which was the altar. She looked very dead. Though there were the same sunken eyes, now closed, the same large prominent nose, and the same small mouth. They looked as though were carved in wood and had never been made of flesh. Paramartha seated himself on the other side of the body, while I seated myself on this side, so that we faced each other across it. I took my mala from my pocket, and Paramartha, with a little smile, took out his. We then chanted the Vajrasattva mantra in unison for about half an hour. All this time we were aware that a foot or more above my mother's chest there was an area within which there was some kind of electric or psychic vibration. We left the chapel quietly, closing the door behind us, and soon we were out of the hospital and on our way back to London. There were 3 unusual things about our experience. While having breakfast that morning, I had known that I had to go and see my mother that day. There were only 2 previous occasions in my life when I had been visited by a similar experience, both of them connected with the death of someone I knew. Then, I had never before taken my mala with me when I went out, and neither had Paramartha. Yet, before we left the flat, we had both slipped a mala into our pocket without knowing that the other had done so. No wonder Paramartha had given me that little conspiratorial smile as he took his own mala from his pocket. Finally, there was the strange phenomenon of the area above my mother's chest in which there was some kind of electric or psychic vibration. Did this mean that my mother was not really as dead as she seemed to be? If what the ward sister had told me was correct, when we saw my mother, she must have been dead for a little over 12 hours. But I knew that according to some Buddhist traditions, it took rather longer than that for the consciousness to sever its connection with the body. The sound of the voice did not wake me up, for I was already awake, listening to the faint sound of traffic on the Ascleton Road. It was soft, warm, friendly voice, and it was quite near. "Hello, Bantiji," the voice said. It was an Indian voice, as I knew from the intonation. And though it was dark in the bedroom and I could not see anything, I knew that there was someone with me. One of my Indian Buddhist friends must have died, I thought, and had come to pay me a final visit. The sound from the Ascleton Road grew fainter, and soon I was fast asleep. The Sevenfold Puja. Firstly, worship. With Mandara verb, blue lotus and jasmine.
With Mandara verb, blue lotus and jasmine.
With all flowers pleasing and fragrant.
With all flowers pleasing and fragrant.
And with garlands skillfully woven.
And with garlands skillfully woven.
I pay honour to the princes of the sages.
I pay honour to the princes of the sages.
So worthy of veneration.
So worthy of veneration.
I envelop them in clouds of incense.
I envelop them in clouds of incense.
Sweet and penetrating.
Sweet and penetrating.
I make them offerings of food hard and soft.
I make them offerings of food hard and soft.
And pleasing kinds of liquids to drink.
And pleasing kinds of liquids to drink.
I offer them lamps encrusted with jewels.
I offer them lamps encrusted with jewels.
Festooned with golden lotus.
Festooned with golden lotus.
On the paving sprinkled with perfume.
On the paving sprinkled with perfume.
I scatter handfuls of beautiful flowers.
I scatter handfuls of beautiful flowers.
Om Vajrasattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Tvanopatishta Dredo me baba Sutosho me baba Suposho me baba Anarakto me baba Sarva Siddhi me precha Sarva Kama Sucha me Chitan Shreya Kuru Hong Ha 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 Hong Bhagavan Sarvatathagata Vajra me Muncha Vajri Baba Mahasamaya Sattva Ahong Pat. Om
Vajrasattva Sammaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Tenopatishta Dridho me bhava Sutosho me bhava Suposho me bhava Anarakto me bhava Sarva siddhi me precha Sarva karma sucha me Chitam shura kuru hum Ha 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 ho Bhagavan sarva tathagata Vajma me muncha Vajri bhava Mahasamaya sattva Ahom Pat Om Vajrasattva Sammaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Tenopatishta Dridho me bhava Sutosho me bhava Suposho me bhava Anarakto me bhava Sarva siddhi me precha Sarva karma sucha me Chitam shura kuru hum Ha 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 ho Bhagavan sarva tathagata Vajma me muncha Vajri bhava Mahasamaya sattva Ahom Pat Om Vajrasattva Sammaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Tenopatishta Dridho me bhava Sutosho me bhava Suposho me bhava Anarakto me bhava Sarva siddhi me precha Sarva karma sucha me Chitam shura kuru hum Ha 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 ho Bhagavan sarva tathagata Vajma me muncha Vajri bhava Mahasamaya sattva Ahom Pat Om Vajrasattva Sammaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Tenopatishta Dridho me bhava Sutosho me bhava Suposho me bhava Anarakto me bhava Sarva siddhi me precha Sarva karma sucha me Chitam shura kuru hum Ha 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 ho Bhagavan sarva tathagata Vajma me muncha Vajri bhava Mahasamaya sattva Ahom Pat Om Vajrasattva Sammaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Tenopatishta Dridho me bhava Sutosho me bhava Suposho me bhava Anarakto me bhava Sarva siddhi me precha Sarva karma sucha me Chitam shura kuru hum Ha 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 ho Bhagavan sarva tathagata Vajma me muncha Vajri bhava Mahasamaya sattva Ahom Pat Om Vajrasattva Sammaya Manupalaya Vajrasattva Tenum Patishta Dridho Me Bhava Sutosho Me Bhava Supasho Me Bhava Anarakto Me Bhava Sarva Siddhi Me Precha Sarva Karma Sucha Me Chitam Shira Kuru Hom Ha 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 ho Bhagavan Sarva Tathagata Vajma Me Muncha Vajri Bhava Mahasamaya Sattva Ahom Pat Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajra Sattva Tenum Patishta Dridho Me Bhava Sutosho Me Bhava Supasho Me Bhava Anarakto Me Bhava Sarva Siddhi Me Precha Sarva Karma Sucha Me Chitam Shira Kuru Hom Ha 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 ho Bhagavan Sarva Tathagata Vajma Me Muncha Vajri Bhava Mahasamaya Sattva Ahom Pat Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajra Sattva Tenum Patishta Dridho Me Bhava Sutosho Me Bhava Supasho Me Bhava Anarakto Me Bhava Sarva Siddhi Me Precha Sarva Karma Sucha Me Chitam Shira Kuru Hom Ha 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 ho Bhagavan Sarva Tathagata Vajrama Me Muncha Vajri Bhava Mahasamaya Sattva Ahom Pat Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajra Sattva Tenum Patishta Dridho Me Bhava Sutosho Me Bhava Supasho Me Bhava Anarakto Me Bhava Sarva Siddhi Me Precha Sarva Karma Sucha Me Chitam Shira Kuru Hom Ha 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 ho Bhagavan Sarva Tathagata Vajma Me Muncha Vajri Bhava Mahasamaya Sattva Ahom Pat Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajra Sattva Tenum Patishta Dridho Me Bhava Sutosho Me Bhava Supasho Me Bhava Anarakto Me Bhava Sarva Siddhi Me Precha Sarva Karma Sucha Me Chitam Shura Kuru Hom Ha 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 ho Bhagavan Sarva Tathagata Vajma Me Muncha Vajri Bhava Mahasamaya Sattva Ahom Pat Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajra Sattva Tenum Patishta Dridho me bhava, Sutosho me bhava, Supasho me bhava, Aranakto me bhava, Sarva siddhi me precha, Sarva karma sucha me, Chitang shura kuru hum, ha 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 ho, Bhagavan sarva tathagata, Vajma me muncha, Vajri bhava, Mahasamaya sattva, Ahom Pat. Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajra Sattva Tenom Patishta Dridho me bhava Sutosho me bhava Supasho me bhava Anarakto me bhava Sarva siddhi me precha Sarva karma sucha me Chitang shya kuru hum ha 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 ho Bhagavan sarva tathagata Vajma me muncha Vajri bhava Mahasamaya sattva Ahom Pat. Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajra Sattva Tenom Patishta Dridho me bhava Sutosho me bhava Supasho me bhava Anarakto me bhava Sarva siddhi me precha Sarva karma sucha me Chitang shura kuru hum ha 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 ho Bhagavan sarva tathagata Vajma me muncha Vajri bhava Mahasamaya sattva Ahom Pat. Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajra Sattva Tenom Patishta Dridho me bhava Sutosho me bhava Supasho me bhava Anarakto me bhava Sarva siddhi me precha Sarva karma sucha me Chitang shura kuru hum ha 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 ho Bhagavan sarva tathagata Vajma me muncha Vajri bhava Mahasamaya sattva Ahom Pat. Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Manupalaya Vajra Sattva Tenom Patishta Dridho me bhava Sutosho me bhava Supasho me bhava Anarakto me bhava Sarva siddhi me precha Sarva karma sucha me Chitang shreya kuru hum ha 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 ho Bhagavan sarva tathagata Vajra me muncha Vajri bhava Mahasamaya sattva Ahom Pat. Om Vajra Sattva Samaya Manupalaya Supasyo me bhava, Anaracto me bhava,
Sarva siddhi me precha, Sarva karma sucha me, Chitang shura kuru om. Ha 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 ho, Bhagavan sarva tathagata, Vajrama me muncha, Vajri bhava, Mahasamya sattva, Om Pat. Om Vajra sattva samaya, Manupalaya, Vajra sattva tenam patishta, Dridho me bhava, Sutasho me bhava, Supasyo me bhava, Anarakto me bhava, Sarva siddhi me precha, Sarva karma sucha me, Chitang shriya kuru om. Ha 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 ho, Bhagavan sarva tathagata, Vajrama me muncha, Vajri bhava, Mahasamya sattva, Ahom Tat. Salutation. As many atoms as there are, in the 1,000 million worlds, so many times I make reverent salutation. To all the Buddhas of the three eras, to the Siddharma, and to the excellent community. I pay homage to all the shrines and places in which the Bodhisattvas have been. I make profound obeisance to the teachers. And those to whom respectful salutation is due. Going for refuge. This very day, I go for my refuge. To the powerful protectors, whose purpose is to guard the universe. The mighty conquerors who overcome suffering everywhere. Wholeheartedly also I take my refuge. In the Dharma they have ascertained, which is the abode of security against the rounds of rebirth. Likewise in the host of Bodhisattvas. I take my refuge. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi dharmang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi dharmang saranang gacchami. Tatiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Panatipata. Veranami. Sekapadam. Samadhyami. Adinadana. Veranami. Sekapadam. Samadhyami. Kamesu. Mechachara. Veranami. Sekapadam. Samadhyami. Musavada. Veranami. Sekapadam. Samadhyami. Suramarya. Naja. Hammadatana. Veranami. Sekapadam. Samadhyami. Sadhu. 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 With deeds of loving kindness, I purify my body.
With deeds of loving kindness, I purify my body.
With open-handed generosity, I purify my body.
With open-handed generosity, I purify my body.
With stillness, simplicity, and contentment, I purify my body.
With stillness, simplicity, and contentment, I purify my body.
With truthful communication, I purify my speech.
With truthful communication, I purify my speech.
With mindfulness clear and radiant, I purify my mind.
With mindfulness clear and radiant, I purify my mind.
Okay, so now in silence, we can gather our coats and shoes, and we can just start to make our way outside into the courtyard. And you can bring your Vajrasattva mantra with you as well while you're reciting that.
So for those of us that are remaining in the shrine room, and for those of us that are online, I'm going to lead us through a period of reflection and meditation once people have left the shrine room, just to see in the new year and before everyone comes back to finish the sevenfold puja. So if you want to stay in the shrine room, you'd be very welcome. So just sitting quietly in a comfortable posture. Having a sense of the earth beneath you and the sky above you. And in between is your breathing body. Your breathing body. So just taking a few moments to connect with the sensations of breath coming and going from your body. The rise and fall of your belly, your chest or shoulders as air becomes breath. So we're in a bardo. Jnanavaca was talking about bardos being between two things. Bardos are times of transition, and we're transitioning from one year to another. And who knows what this new year will bring. Maybe we have our intention, our aspiration to connect us with something more, to live from a place of deeper meaning and value. So you can just hold that in the heart of your being. Just allow that to rest there. And you might also have a sense of wanting to let go of something, maybe something that causes you suffering or pain. Maybe something happened in 2023 that you've worked with, and you feel that you can let go. So resting in that transitional bardo space between letting go and moving towards. And all we need to do right now is just find the space for all of that within us. Keeping connected with our body and our breath. Sense of earth below us, sky above us, and space all around us. Staying present and attentive as we rest into this bardo, this transition. As we turn towards a new year. With our intentions, maybe the things we want to let go of. Maybe that experience isn't comfortable, maybe there are things you regret. So we just allow that to be. Alicia, would you mind shutting the door for me? Thank you. So you probably hear the drift of the Vajrasattva mantra maybe coming in as people have gathered in the courtyard to place their intentions and letting goes in the fire. And you can imagine that happening for yourself, if it helps. Maybe you have a shrine at home or something that's meaningful for you and you can place them on there. Just keep resting into your experience, your ever-changing experience. Nothing stands still. Everything is changing. And there is freedom in that. The pain comes from when we fix ourselves and others. So whatever's present for you, just allowing that to be, embracing your experience as fully as you can. As we edge towards the new year. There's some fireworks starting here in London. Maybe there are where you are. Maybe you've already seen in the new year, or it's a few hours to come yet. So holding your intention in the heart of your being. Just allowing it to rest there. We always have the potential to grow and change, whatever is happening for us. So a few more seconds to go, and I'm going to ring 3 bells just to mark the new year. Although something seems to want to mark itself. There we go. So welcoming 2024 and whatever it might bring for you. May all blessings be yours this year to come. May you all be well. May you all be happy. May you all find peace and liberation in your own ways, in whatever way is meaningful for you. So keeping resting in your experience, your ever-changing experience. Sky above, earth below, and your breathing body, breath coming and going, ever-changing river of experience. So I think people are going to start drifting back from the courtyard ritual now. So let's transition as we pick up the puja again. So Happy New Year, everyone. Yeah, Happy New Year. If you're still joining us on online.
must do that every night. Okay, so just sitting quietly until we have everybody back. Annika, can you just move people in and just, yeah. Simon. So there's lots of space just here in the middle as well. Do come up and fill this space in the middle here as well. Yeah. Good. There's a few seats, there's a few cushions just here in the middle. Yeah. Okay, good. Great, so we have ritually seen in the new year, 2024 is now upon us, and we have recognized what we want to change from last year, and those confessions, those regrets have been offered up to the Buddha and then burnt, transformed in the fires of transformation outside, and then become aspirations for 2024. So looking forward to what we want to cultivate, what we want to develop, what we want to manifest in the world. And now we'll see that through to the end of the puja. So we'll continue the puja, and I'll say a little bit more at the end of the puja, but the end of the puja won't be the end of the night, because Surya Naga and Aryavasana will be continuing all the way through to the dawn, 6 a.m. Tomorrow morning. So do join us for that as well. But we can set up now for the rest of the puja, and just taking a moment to be quiet, and we'll continue from there.
Can you just say as well, if this room can stay quiet after the puja?
Yes, yeah, no, I'll get to that. Yeah. So just sitting quietly. Again, we can take those aspirations for the year, just bring them to mind. Confession of faults. The evil that I've heaped up, through my ignorance and foolishness, evil in the world of everyday experience, as well as evil in understanding and intelligence, all that I acknowledge to the protectors, standing before them, with hands raised in reverence, and terrified of suffering. I pay salutations again and again
May salutations again and again.
May the leaders receive this kindly.
May the leaders receive this kindly.
Just as it is with its many faults.
Just as it is with its many faults.
What is not good, O protectors?
What is not good, O protectors?
I shall not do again.
I shall not do again.
Rejoicing in merit. I rejoice with delight.
I rejoice with delight.
In the good done by all beings.
In the good done by all beings.
Through which they obtain rest.
Through which they obtain rest.
With the end of suffering.
With the end of suffering.
May those who have suffered be happy.
May those who have suffered be happy.
I rejoice in the release of beings.
I rejoice in the release of beings.
From the sufferings of the rounds of existence.
From the sufferings of the rounds of existence.
I rejoice in the nature of the Bodhisattva.
I rejoice in the nature of the Bodhisattva.
And the Buddha.
And the Buddha.
Who are protectors.
Who are protectors.
I rejoice in the arising of the will to enlightenment.
I rejoice in the arising of the will to enlightenment.
And the teaching.
And the teaching.
Those oceans that bring happiness to all beings.
Those oceans that bring happiness to all beings.
And are the abode of welfare of all beings.
And are the abode of welfare of all beings.
Entreaty and supplication. Saluting them with folded hands.
Saluting them with folded hands.
I entreat the Buddhas in all the quarters.
I entreat the Buddhas in all the quarters.
May they make shine the lamp of the Dharma.
May they make shine the lamp of the Dharma.
For those wandering in the suffering of delusion.
For those wandering in the suffering of delusion.
With hands folded in reverence.
With hands folded in reverence.
I implore the conquerors desiring to enter nirvana.
I implore the conquerors desiring to enter nirvana.
May they remain here for endless ages.
May they remain here for endless ages.
So that life in this world does not grow dark.
So that life in this world does not grow dark.
Oh now, when the bardo of life upon me is dawning, abandoning idleness, there being no idleness in a devotee's life, entering into the reality undistractedly, listening, reflecting and meditating, carrying onto the path knowledge of the true nature of appearances and of mind. May the Trikaya be realized. Once that the human form has been attained, may there be no time or opportunity in which to idle it away. Oh now, when the bardo of dreams upon me is dawning, abandoning the inordinate corpse-like sleeping of the sleep of stupidity, may the consciousness undistractedly be kept in its natural state. Comprehending the true nature of dreams, may I train myself in the clear light of miraculous transformation. Acting not like the brutes in slothfulness, may the blending of the practicing of the sleep state and the actual or waking experience be highly valued by me. Oh now, when the bardo of meditation upon me is dawning, abandoning the whole mass of distractions and illusions, may the mind be kept at rest in endless, undistracted samadhi. May firmness, both in the visualizing and in the perfecting stages, be obtained. At this time, when meditating one-pointedly, with all other actions put aside, may I not fall under the power of misleading, stupefying passions. Oh now, when the bardo of the moment of death upon me is dawning, abandoning attraction and craving, and weakness for all worldly things, May I be undistracted in the space of the bright, enlightening teachings. May I be able to transfuse myself into the heavenly space of the unborn. The hour has come to part with this body composed of flesh and blood. May I know the body to be impermanent and illusory. Oh, now, when the bardo of reality upon me is dawning, abandoning all awe, fear, and terror of all phenomena, may I recognize whatever appears as being my own thought forms. May I know them to be apparitions in the intermediate state. It has been said, there arrives a time when the chief turning point is reached. Fear not the bands of peaceful and wrathful, who are your own thought forms. Oh, now, when the bardo of taking rebirth upon me is dawning, one pointedly holding fast to a single wish, may I be able to continue the course of good deeds through repeated effort. May the womb door be closed and revulsion recollected. The hour has come when energy and pure love are needed. May I cast off jealousy and meditate upon the Guru, the Father and Mother. O procrastinating one, who thinks not of the coming of death, devoting yourself to the useless doings of this life. Improvident are you in dissipating your great opportunity. Mistaken indeed will your purpose be now, if you return empty-handed from this life. Since the Holy Dharma is known to be your true need, will you not devote yourself to the Holy Dharma even now?
The Heart Sutra. The Bodhisattva of compassion, when he meditated deeply, saw the emptiness of all 5 skandhas, and sundered the bonds that caused him suffering. Hear them. Form is no other than emptiness, emptiness no other than form. Form is only emptiness, emptiness only form. Feeling, thought, and choice, consciousness itself, are the same as this. All things are by nature void. They are not born or destroyed, nor are they stained or pure, nor do they wax or wane. So, in emptiness, no form, no feeling, thought, or choice, nor is there consciousness, no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind, no colour, sound, smell, taste, touch, or what the mind takes hold of, nor even active sensing, no ignorance or end of it, nor all that comes of ignorance, no withering, no death, no end of them, nor is there pain or cause of pain, or cease in pain or noble path to lead from pain, not even wisdom to attain. Attainment too is emptiness. So know that the Bodhisattva, holding to nothing whatever, but dwelling in prajna wisdom, is freed of delusive hindrance, rid of the fear bred by it, and reaches clearest nirvana. All Buddhas of past and present, Buddhas of future time, using this prajna wisdom, come to full and perfect vision. Hear then the great Dharani, the radiant peerless mantra, the prajna paramita, whose words allay all pain. Hear and believe its truth. Gate, gate, paragate, parasangate, bodhiswaha. Gate, gate, paragate, parasangate, bodhiswaha. Gate, gate, paragate, parasangate, bodhiswaha. Transference of merit and self-surrender. May the merit gained, in my acting thus, go to the alleviation of the suffering of all beings. My personality throughout my existences. My possessions. And my merit in all three ways. I give up without regard to myself. For the benefit of all beings. Just as the earth and other elements. Are serviceable in many ways. To the infinite number of beings. Inhabiting limitless space. So may I become. That which maintains all beings. Situated throughout space. So long as all have not attained. To peace. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Marapachana Di. Om Marapachana Di. Om Marapachana Di. Om Marapachana Di. Om Vajrapani Hum. 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 Om Tare. Om Tare. Tare. Ture. Svaha. Svaha. Om Muni Muni. Mahamuni. Shakyamuni. Svaha. Om Mahung. Vajraguru Padma. Siddhi Hong. Om Mahung. Vajraguru Padma. Siddhi Hong. Om Mahung. Vajraguru Padma. Siddhi Hong. Gate Gate. Aragate. Arasangate. Bodhisvaha. Gate Gate. Aragate. Arasangate. Bodhisvaha. Gate Gate. Aragate. Arasangate. Bodhisvaha. Om Shanti. Okay, just stay where you are for a second, folks. Okay, so that is the end of this section of the evening, but we will be continuing on with Suryanaga and Aryavasan. So if you're staying on for the rest of the event, you can stay here. This area is now going to be in silence, as is the mural room outside. Yeah, so if you do leave, just be sure not to start having a conversation in the mural room out here. If you want to have a chat, just go out beyond that into the reception area. You can get a cup of tea there if you like. But if you're in this room, or if you're in the mural room, we're just going to be in silence from here. Surinaga will guide us in that. So yeah, you can just take a moment, and if you're staying on, just stay put. If you're not, you can head off now. And very happy New Year to you, and hopefully see you all again soon at the London Buddhist Centre. Yeah, great.
So we'll be starting proper in about 7 minutes time, so if you do need the toilet, you can go to the toilet and then come back. Otherwise, just feel free to sit on, continue meditating.
Great. Wow, we're starting exactly when I said we were going to start. It's quite amazing. Yeah, welcome to this section of the evening. Really great to have lots of you willing to stay until 6 a.m. So you know you can't go out now until 6, right? So I've done this every year for the last 7 years. My brother's birthday is actually tomorrow. He's a millennium baby. And for the first, I don't know, however many years of his life, he had to deal with a very hungover big brother. And I think that was basically, me doing sort of what most people do in New Year's, trying to kind of trying to alter my consciousness in some sort of way, but not in a particularly clever way. And I definitely really, really felt the consequences of it each year. In fact, one year I actually, my mum came to my house to wake me up, because I'd actually slept through until the second, because I was that hungover. And what's been really amazing these last 7 years, doing this every year. So, for the first 5 of those years, I was participating, and then in the last couple of years, I've been leading it. Is that every single year that I've done it, and I've stayed pretty much to the end every time, particularly the ones where I was leading it, I've woken up so refreshed, surprisingly early in the morning as well, maybe 10 or so o'clock, but really, really refreshed and really kind of ready for not just the day and, kind of being present with my brother and everything, but really, really ready for the year. So there is something just quite amazing actually about just kind of staying up all night meditating. You can actually get a lot of rest, but kind of deep rest, very kind of conscious rest, consciously kind of trying to transform the mind. It's a very traditional practice. The Buddha did it. The Buddha meditated all night every full moon, I think. So it's a very, very traditional practice that people would do. Monks would actually gather with the Buddha every full moon. And the way that we're going to do it tonight, so we'll be going round in cycles of Qigong, which is kind of, well, some exercises from the practice of Qigong. So this will be kind of light body exercises that Aryavasan will lead. Aryavasan's a very good Qigong teacher. And Qigong is very much, he'll say some more about this later, but it's very much concerned with transformation of energy. Actually, all the practices that we are doing tonight are all concerned with transformation of energy. But Qigong is particularly concerned with transformation of energy as it's felt in the body. Then we will be doing a period of mantra. We'll be doing a long period of mantra. And I'll just be starting a mantra, and then we'll be carrying it on until I ring the bell. During that period, you can make offerings, but we won't stop when everybody's made the offerings. The mantra will be continuing for a lot longer than that. And then we'll be doing a period of meditation, and then there'll be a break, and we'll go through the cycle again. And we should, if we've got the maths right, should be going through that cycle about 4 times to lead us up to 6 a.m. And I'll just say something brief about the mantras that we're going to be doing, the figures of the mantras. So before we do each mantra, I'll say something brief about each figure. But to say something now about the figures in general, these are all Buddha and Bodhisattva figures. They're all forms of the enlightened mind. And Jnanavaca spoke earlier about the bardos, particularly this bardo between death and rebirth. So this idea from particularly Tibetan Buddhism, where after we die, we are in this kind of very, very different state of consciousness where we don't have a body anymore, and we kind of are faced with the void, basically, this kind of like state of this state kind of beyond the material world, completely beyond the material world, beyond kind of any sort of sense of kind of security that we're used to, like hard stuff everywhere, and we're just faced with pure consciousness. And that initially takes this form of this kind of bright white light. And what happens is that we often, what we've been doing each time we've been faced with this is that we've turned away from the white light, this kind of pure consciousness, this pure experience of reality itself, and come back into this kind of material world. But traditionally we get this kind of second chance, actually, before we come back to the material world, before we come back down from the kind of heady heights of this bright white light, this pure consciousness. We get this second chance at becoming enlightened, before we come back to before we come back to a rebirth, where we're faced with the forms of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So in a way, that's what we're going to be doing for the rest of this evening. We're getting this kind of second chance before we go back, before we take this kind of rebirth into 2024. We're giving ourselves this second chance of turning towards pure manifestations of enlightenment by dwelling on these forms of enlightenment, the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas. So each time we are chanting a mantra, that's what we're doing. We're invoking these forms of enlightened consciousness, so that we can move towards these expanded states ourselves, and cultivate them in our next rebirth. So yeah, that's just a little bit about kind of what we're doing and why, in a way. Yeah, so I don't have much more to say about the practicals, other than just to say that we will be in silence for the rest of the night. So we'll be in complete silence up until 6 a.m. So if you'd like to leave at any point, I'm sure you won't, but if you do, you're welcome to leave at any time, of course, but it would be better if you don't leave halfway through a meditation. That'd be helpful in terms of kind of keeping the atmosphere in here and everything, but also just be kind of good for you if you've started a meditation, like you just don't want to get into the habit of that ever, basically, kind of like giving up on meditations halfway through. So if you start a meditation, do kind of sit it out, so you can leave during mantra sections. You can leave in qigong if it's getting really hot, but yeah, ideally like in a mantra section or a break section. So we'll have a couple of short breaks, and we'll have a longer tea break as well, but all of that will be in silence. Yeah. Yeah, the air conditioning is on. I can see the light on it from here. It's not got settings, but I can open this door.
I mean, I'm hot, and then I imagine
yeah. Oh yeah, it will be cooler at the back, away from the smoke.
You get hotter with the qigong, so yeah, you get hot with the qigong if you're cold.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Unless there's any other very pertinent practical questions, we'll start our first cycle. So we'll start with Qigong. So hand over to Ariavasin.
Okay, so if you'd like to stand, so stand and find a space for yourself. So extend your arms so you know that you're not, so you find a space. And also in front and behind as well. So you need your space. Hopefully there's enough space for everybody. So there is more space over there. There is. So, okay. We won't start with that right straight. So first of all, bring your feet together, toes together, ankles together, hands on knees, but no weight, just hands on knees, touching them gently, and then rotate one way. So this is just a gentle movement. It's not an exercise, so do not strain yourself. If you're in pain, don't do it. Then stop. So I don't know how you feel. So if you feel in pain, stop. It's gentle movement to open up the ankles and the knees. That's what we're doing. So just open up the ankles and the knees. Don't look at your feet, look a bit ahead. I don't know, 1.5 meters. I don't know what's that in imperial, but and then go the other way. And be curious what you're doing to your breath. Are you holding your breath, or are you following your breath? And then stand up. So feet shoulder width apart. Unlock your knees. So lock your knees, see how that feels. Unlock your knees, see how that feels. And then hands on hips. Fix your gaze somewhere in front of you. And then rotate the hips one way. Notice what you're doing with the breath.
Ideally, your head doesn't move, so you're moving your hips, the head stays fixed, and then you can notice maybe a gentle movement on the neck. So you're opening up the hips, and you also open up the neck as well. See if you notice that, a rotation in your neck. And keep breathing. Go the other way. Okay, let it go. So check your posture again. So feet shoulder width apart. Unlock your knees, and then imagine there's a golden thread coming out from the down from the ceiling, hooking you on the crown of the head. Just like in meditation, the chin should be slightly tucked in, as if you're holding a grapefruit with the chin and chest, and then you are being pulled from the crown, from this imaginary thread, and have a sense of your neck lengthening, but your weight is going down. So let your weight go down to your feet, and your neck lengthening upwards. And then we're going to do this for 10 minutes. We're just going to push back, let go. Push back, let go. Push back, let go. Push back, let go. And not, so don't lift your hands up. So don't do that. It's just more do that and let go. Push, let go. Push, let go. Again, like in meditation, so effort, no effort. Effort, no effort. And we're going to try to find a swing, like the children's swing. So the continuous movement. Hands don't need to go higher than the heart, but they do need to go back. And then notice if you are controlling your wrists. So if you let go of control of your wrists, you maybe notice a movement in your wrist as well. And see if you can notice that. So if you do this, we'll do this for 10 minutes, and this is very good to let go of any tension in your shoulders. I mean, this is the best thing. And I'd like you to find out for yourself. So at the end of the 10 minutes, I'm going to ask you to see how it feels for you. In the meanwhile, it might be a bit boring. I'm sure you can stay with that. I'm going to talk a bit about energy. So Qigong, this is Qigong for meditation. So it's just Qigong for preparation for the body for meditation. And the idea of Qigong is these gentle movements that let go opens the wrists and the ankles, so all the joints, and then it helps you become aware of the energy, of the life force, so to speak. I don't know what would be in English. Innate energy that we all have, and you just become more aware of it. It's a bit like in meditation, like with the Metta Bhavana, the loving kindness meditation. It's there, so the loving kindness is there. Although the meditation helps you attune to it and notice it and develop it further. So this is the same, and the interest here is with the energy. So we're trying to wake up a bit of energy. And then there is a connection with mantras. I mean, the reason why I like to do mantras is being in touch with energy. So I'll say a bit about mantras the way I understand it, and I'll speak as if you don't know anything about them. So mantra, the literal translation is something that protects the mind. That's what it means, something that protects the mind. And in my experience, it protects the mind against the hindrances. So if you don't know what the hindrances are, that's what you encounter in meditation, once you start meditation. And they're a set of 5. So it's desire for sense pleasure, ill will, anxiety and restlessness, sloth and torpor, and doubt and indecision. So if you do, whenever you do meditation, you'll encounter these 5 hindrances. Mantra protects against those 5 hindrances. It's a very good way of protecting against the hindrances. And then, well, Buddhist theory goes, if you suppress the hindrances temporarily, or if you work with them effectively, but if you deal with them altogether, you'll be enlightened. But if you temporarily deal with them, you enter in a deeper state of mind. So you're going to go deeper into your mind. And if you do that, then you'll encounter energy release. So as I said, we have lots of energy now, so we all have it. Just become more aware of it. So yeah, I mean, mantra does do that as well. So by the end of this, well, hopefully you'll awake a bit more to the energy that we all have, your own energy, and then it's the same body. So during the mantra, I'll ask you to, Suryanaka will lead the mantras, but bear in mind this. It's the same body meditation, same body doing these movements now. So be curious about the energy. And I'll say a bit more about it in a bit. In the meanwhile, unlock your knees. So check if you're locking your knees. Remember the golden thread pulls you upwards. Hands don't go higher than the heart. There's no need. They can be below here. Very little movement. As long as there's a continuous movement. And notice if you have a tendency to control. So I have a tendency to control. So if you do that, then you're lifting your hands up. Then it's better to let go. So push back, let go. Push back, let go. So effort and then being receptive to the movement. In your mind, if you find yourself, well, if you have lots of thoughts, say to yourself, soften the shoulders. So with kindness. If you like dropping a pebble in water, say to yourself, soften the shoulders and notice if it has any effects. We'll go down the body very quickly. So say to yourself, soften the face, soften the eyes, let go of control over the eyes, let go of control over your jaw, let gravity pull your jaw, let the jaw hang, lips closed, mouth slightly open, drop the shoulders, soften the shoulders. Soften the belly. Soften the thighs. And then notice the contact that your body makes with the ground. So notice your feet and the ground. Just as a little experiment, it might not work for you, it might work for some, but it might not work for most. Imagine you breathe in from your feet. So breathe from the earth up to your feet and see what happens. And maybe nothing happens, it's fine. Unlock the knees. Shouldn't be much effort, so just a little push and then let go. Push, let go. Push, let go. And notice if your wrists are relaxed. You notice a movement in your wrists. We're nearly there. Soften your face. Drop the shoulders. Drop the jaw. Soften the belly. The thighs. And notice the contact with your feet. And perhaps breathe from your feet if that works for you. If you are imaginative, I mean I'm not, but imagine maybe that you are deep in earth until your knees. So earth starts in your knees, if that works for you. So imagine your feet, the calves are underneath the earth. And don't lift your arms up, just push back, let go. Push back, let go. Push back, let go. So we are working with energy, so if you feel dizzy or something, then stop. It might happen sometimes. And just sit down. have lots of thoughts, say to yourself, may I be well and happy. Last minute. So notice if you're reaching a continuous movement with the arms, a bit like the children swing. That's what we're looking for. And notice the wrists. Are the wrists relaxed? Gradually let the movement come to an end. Close your eyes and be curious to yourself and notice how does the body feel. I'm looking for actual sensations. Maybe tingliness in your hands and fingers or anywhere else. Maybe warmth, maybe cold. Completely fine if you don't feel anything. But maybe you have a fuller sense of your body, perhaps. Just be curious to yourself and then notice if it was worth it during those 10 minutes. And if you do feel something, it's the same. In meditation, you should feel similar. Look for this in meditation and especially during the mantras. Okay, so open your eyes, check your posture, so feet shoulder width apart, unlock the knees, that's very important. Golden thread pulls you upwards from the crown, chin is slightly tucked in, and then imaginary balloon in front of you. And as you breathe in, this balloon lifts your hands up. Don't do it, it's the balloon doing it. And then a big balloon, and then as you breathe out, you touch the inside of the balloon. So negotiate space if you have to. Then in your own time, your own breath, allow the balloon to bring your hands up and then touch the inside of the big balloon you're inside of. So look for a sense of pleasure. See if it's not exercise, it's gentle movement, and it should be, well, it should feel nice. So how can it feel nice for you? The only thing you're doing is showing your breathing with your hands. That's what you're doing. Just show your breathing with your arms, and in your own time, your own way. And if you do notice tension in your shoulders, soften the shoulders. Say to yourself, soften the shoulders. If you did feel any tingling sensations or any warmth in your hands, see if you can notice them now with the breath. Does the breath affect them or not? Perhaps it doesn't. Can you connect the sensations with the breath? Soften the shoulders. Unlock the knees, that's very important. You might feel a little pain in your shoulders, so it's okay. There's a bit of tension because the arms go up, but see if you can soften at the same time. And we only do 2 more. Notice how you feel. Eyes open or closed, up to you. So you're still inside of this imaginary balloon, and then you open your eyes. So breathe in, bring the balloon to your heart, let it go, and breathe out, push the inside of the balloon you're inside of. So breathe in, collect this balloon, bring it to your heart, let it float, push the other balloon. Maybe notice connection between your hands. Maybe there's a connection between your hands. So your own time, your own breath. Show your breathing, but enjoy the sensations. Enjoy. So it's not an exercise. That's important. How can this be enjoyable? What do you need to do? It's not an exercise. It's actually pleasant. Soften the shoulders. Look for a sense of connections between your wrists. As you push, notice your wrists. Are they connected with one another? Unlock your knees. Two more. And then you can try left thumb for a man, right thumb for a woman in your belly button, and then the other hand on top. So for a man, left thumb on your belly button, hands free, and then the other one on top. So it looks like this. Hands like this, into the belly. Unlock the knees, close your eyes. Notice how you feel. And open your eyes again. So we'll do one pose from Qigong. So this one, so far, it's just been warming up. So we've only been warming up. Qigong is, imagine you're a bit like a sheriff, and you got balloons with in your elbows. So you're holding balloons with your elbows. Hands are open like this and cupped as well. As if you have marbles in your fingers, they are cupped, and they are by your side, by your hips. And notice if you have tension in your wrists. So let go of tension in your wrists. But there is a liveliness in your hands, but no tension. So a lightness. And elbows are sticking out, so not too much. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but they should be like this and then less. And below. So they should be by your hips. Hands by your hips. We won't do this long. Soften the shoulders. Say to yourself, soften the shoulders. Unlock the knees. Elbows shouldn't stick too much, not too much. So there should be a curve. So a curve in the hand, not too much. Yeah, like a curve, like a Japanese sword. And you're holding the Japanese sword there. And then we'll do a bit of movement. So breathe in, hands come up around your hips. Breathe out, then the push behind. And then breathe in, come up in the front, around the hips. Breathe out, push behind. So when you push behind, hands are like that. Breathe in front, push behind. Just do a few of those. So you're breathing around your hips. Unlock the knees. And be curious about sensations in your hands. Tingling, maybe magnetic, maybe. And then go back to looking like a sheriff. And then one hand below, one hand up, and you have an imaginary balloon. But see how big is your balloon. So notice where do you feel a connection between your hands. That's where your balloon is. So do a bit of move the hands. Maybe you feel some sensations. And notice where those sensations are for you, where they work. So look for them. It might be small, might be big, might be medium. Notice where there's a connection between your hands. Where do you feel like a magnetic connection between your hands? All the tingling sensations, all the warmth, all the cold, something in those lines. If you don't feel anything, it's fine. Just need more practice. And then with the breath, so breathe in, hands change one another, and breathe out. And then the other way, breathe in, breathe out. And go back to the balloon. And then when you breathe in, look where the balloon is and feel it, see if you can sense it. And expand the balloon. So play with expanding the balloon. And then do a bit of free play, so which way your hands do they want to go? Where is the connection? Is there a connection between the hands? Which way do they want to go for you? And then get the balloon and put it to your belly. So in the thumb in the belly button, and you put in the balloon inside. So in Chinese system, that's the dantian, that's the center of the energy. And in Japan it's called hara. And imaginatively, so try this, so breathing from your feet, from the ground, and bring the sensations to the belly, if that works for you. It might not work. Otherwise, just breathe with your hands. Breathe that sensation in the hands. And then open your eyes, we'll close it. So breathe in, collect the balloon, hands above one another, breathe out, bring the energy down to the dantian or hara again. Then turn one way, whichever way, breathe in, collect the energy, come back to the center, hands on top of you, and breathe out, breathe them down again. So come back to the center. Then the other way, breathe in, collect, come back to the center, and then come down. And then the backs of the hands will be cupped, but the backs of the hands go to the kidneys. So where your hands stop should be the kidneys. And then breathe in, inject energy in your kidneys. Breathe out, shake and massage. Massage the kidneys and shake the legs. Then next one. Two more in your own time. Together. You can move your feet if you want to. When there is enough heat in your hands, then shower yourself with the energy. So wherever it needs to go, just gently imagine to really shower yourself with the energy. Then last thing, shake. So shake your body, shake your feet. And then we'll go back to sitting down. So remember, if you felt something, look for it during the mantra, and especially look for it during the meditation. I will go back to the again to it later.
Great, thanks very much, Arivasin. I really love doing Qigong with Arivasin. It's really grown on me actually over the years. Good, so now we're limbered up. We can proceed. So we're going to do the mantra of Amitabha just now. So for those of you who don't know, Amitabha is actually the Buddha form which is on the shrine. Painted gold there, but traditionally Amitabha is red, it's bright red. And Amitabha appears in the meditation position with the meditation mudra, so the position of his hands particularly kind of represents meditation. I don't know if this is traditional reading, but I often think of the way that his thumbs are just touching as a sort of representation of meditation, because it's kind of there's sort of effort there being made to sort of keep the thumbs just so. But not too much effort, so that, I don't know, they're sort of, it's not like he's kind of like doing anything with them, it's not like he's kind of pushing them into them. And if you do that mudra in meditation, it can be a really good indicator of, are you making too much effort or too little? Because if you make too much effort, you will feel your thumbs pushing into each other. And if you make too little effort, you'll notice at some point that your thumbs have drifted away from each other. Anyway, Amitabha is red. It's said red like a glowing ruby sunset. I was recently in India, and they have stunning sunsets that really do kind of glow a really sort of rich red. So you've got to sort of imagine that when you're imagining Amitabha. Imagine this kind of bright red ruby sunset. You can imagine the sunset behind this brilliant red Buddha. And the sunset, of course, can represent an ending as well. So we've just had the ending of a year, and we've just been burning out things that we want to let go of. So in a way, Amitabha can represent us sort of consciously, mindfully letting go of whatever we want to let go of, whatever we need to let go of as well. Sometimes we don't necessarily want to let go, but we sort of have to move forward. And we do all that with love. So Amitabha, the red of Amitabha, I think particularly represents the intensity of love. Red is a very intense colour, and love is a very intense well, I don't know what it is. I always don't want to call love an emotion, because it's a lot more than that, really. Love is just very intense. So just a moment to settle, and we'll start the Amitabha mantra. I'll start the Amitabha mantra. We'll carry on for a little while, and you can make offerings during that. And then after the mantra is gone, we'll just sit for a period of time after that as well. So we'll have a just sitting meditation where you just sit with your experience. Close the door. Close the door. So just settling. And you can bring to mind the redness of Amitabha. Om Amiteva Hri. 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 Om Amideva 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 Om
Om Amideva Hri. 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 Om Amideva
Mami Deva Hri. Om Mami Deva Om Mami Deva Hri. 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 Just sitting. something I forgot to say earlier was until you leave, I'd really recommend not checking the time. So if you've got a watch on or anything like that, see if you can just take it off without checking the time and put it in your pocket. And then don't check it until you leave. That can just be helpful for, we'll keep an eye on the time basically. So we'll have a break now. If you just wait a second, just so I can say what I'm going to say. So we'll have a break now. It'll be a short break, so we won't like make tea or anything. It'll just be a short break to go to the toilet, get a glass of water if you need to. Hydrating yourself is really good for keeping yourself awake. So yeah, do get a glass of water if you need to. But yeah, we won't be making tea, so it's just going to be a short break. Remember, we're in silence for all night, so yeah, we will be in complete silence. So please don't even kind of whisper to each other, "How long are you staying?" etc. Just kind of just stay in silence. And yeah, you're welcome to stay in here. You can just sit or just stand. It'll just be a 10-minute break to go to the toilet and get a glass of water if you need to.
Okay, so we'll do Qigong again, if you'd like to. So if you want to, then stand again. Find your space, so negotiate space. And this way as well, so try this way. Clear enough space. Okay? So very quickly, so feet together, toes together, ankles together, hands on knees, and then rotate one way. So just more the principle. The principle is opening up the ankles and opening up the knees. And the idea is that the energy gets blocked there, in the joints. But also notice what happens to your breath. A shallow breath, quick breath, and go the other way. And it's not exercise, it's just a gentle movement rather than exercise. Then let it go. Feet shoulder width apart. Unlock your knees. Again, see, lock your knees, see how this feels, doesn't feel nice. Then unlock your knees a bit. Golden thread coming down from the ceiling, hooking you on the ground, pulling you upwards, chin slightly down. Same posture in meditation, so you want to feel the neck lengthening as if you're being pulled up, but then your weight is down in the ground. And then hands on hips, fix your gaze somewhere in front of you, and rotate the hips one way. And then notice the breath. Is it quick? Are you holding your breath? Is it shallow? And if you fix your gaze, your head wouldn't move. So fix your gaze, head doesn't move, the neck rotates instead. So notice if the neck rotates. And how does it feel? Go the other way. Let it go. Check the posture one more time. So feet as wide as your shoulders. Knees unlocked. And then we'll do 10 minutes of the arm swinging. So push back, let go. Push back, let go. Push back, let go. And then notice if you are controlling your experience. So don't lift your hands up. So push them, let go. Push back, let go. As I said before, like in meditation. So a bit of activity, so you're active but then receptive as well. Notice how it feels. Knees unlocked. So I mentioned the hindrances earlier, so there's 5 hindrances, so I'll repeat them one more time. So it's desire, sense, experience, ill will, anxiety and restlessness, sloth and torpor, and doubt and indecision. Obviously the one which we all struggle by now would be sloth and torpor. So the only way you can deal with that, well, this would help, getting more energy. The other one is meditate with your eyes open. So when it comes to the meditation, keep your eyes open so you don't fall asleep. Well, don't let it's natural, I guess, but if you want to work with it, so you can meditate with your eyes open and look at the ground, perhaps. On the other side, the energy, well, will probably help. Maybe I just want to say a bit more about my interest in in Qigong. So, I mean, Jnanavaca was talking it was very deep what he was saying, and very insightful, but what's a theory that perhaps for me is, it's difficult to get the theory. What I like about the enlightenment is, well, the positive side. So you're, apparently, so when you get enlightened, you're full of energy, full of loving kindness, full of love, compassion, and full of wisdom. So my interest is in the energy. So working on the positive in terms of being in touch with the energy and developing the energy side. And I think Qigong would help with that. And similarly, the mantras would help with that as well. So as I said, if you suppress temporarily the hindrances, and the mantra would work with that, you'd probably be more in touch with the energy. So this would be, and you can actually feel for yourself if the energy is developing. That would be the interest of why to do this. And why to do it in meditation as well, in terms of looking for actual bodily sensations and actual energy. Are we going to do the mindfulness of breathing later?
Yeah.
So when you do the mindfulness of breathing, so think of, we'll do the experiment again in a bit, but think of breathing in from the ground, if that works for you. So in terms of breathing the energy from the ground up to your heart, perhaps, or up to your belly. If it works for you, it might not work, and it's fine, but consider doing that in terms of connecting the energy and connecting the breath, and maybe if it works, breathing from the earth. We're halfway through, so another 5 minutes. So we'll go down the body, so start with the face, say to yourself the kind internal voice, soften the face. So let any tension melt away from the face. Soften the eyes. So let things come to you rather than you looking at things. Let go of control of your jaw, so let the jaw hang, let gravity pull your jaw, mouth slightly open, lips closed. Soften the shoulders. Soften the belly. Soften the thighs. And then notice the contact, the actual contact that the body makes with the ground. So notice the contact that the feet make with the ground. And if it works for you, breathe from the earth up. No matter what it is. Soften the shoulders. And in terms of the mantra, so it's maybe, it's really, like I said, it's a communal thing, so it's not about how it sounds actually, it's more, can we listen to one another? So I think the niceness of the mantras is hearing everybody else. So if you hear your voice more than the rest, consider lowering the volume, and maybe trying to be in harmony with everybody else. If you do not hear your voice, then increase your volume. And yeah, it's again active, receptive. So you are active, you're chanting your mantra, but you have to be receptive and listen to the communal thing. And it's not about singing, it's not how it sounds. It's more, feeling is more important. How does it feel? So each mantra is a sound equivalent of the archetypes that Sri Lanka is talking about. But there's also the quality and how that quality feels in the actual, how does it feel for you? How do you imagine it will feel in the body? And trying to chant from that rather than sing it. It's not about singing. One more minute. Unlock your knees, soften the shoulders. And then allow the movement to come to an end. Close your eyes. And notice how you feel. So how does the body actually feel? Sensations throughout the body, perhaps starting with your hands. And remember to yourself if it was worth it doing it for 10 minutes. Maybe you can do it in your own time if you want to. And open your eyes. Check your posture, feet shoulder width apart. Unlock the knees. And then this balloon comes in front of you. And you place the hands on it and allow it to raise your hands up. And then let it go up. And then you're inside a big balloon and you just touch the inside of the balloon. Soften the shoulders. Your own time, your own breath. So you're just only moving in time with your breath. It's your breath, move in time with it. And it's not an exercise. So how can you enjoy it? If you're feeling sleepy, keep your eyes open. Don't look at things, let them come to you. Soften the shoulders. So hands are open as if you have marbles in between your fingers. So, and cupped as if you're holding balloons with your hands. So cupped hands, spaces between your fingers. And the wrists are relaxed, but they're not dead. So there is a sense of liveliness in the wrists. Two more in your own time. And then, so for men, left thumb in the belly button, hand open. For women, right thumb in the belly button, thumb open, and the other hand on top. And then close your eyes and notice how you feel. Come back again, unlock the knees. So breathe in, bring the balloon to your heart. Breathe out, push the big balloon inside off. Your own time, your own breath. See if you can enjoy it. And if you are imaginative, imagine there is an elastic band connecting your wrists and you are stretching the elastic band. So when you push your hands, they are connected with the elastic band and you're stretching the elastic band. So it doesn't push too much, so they stay connected. You keep your hands connected, the wrists connected with one another. And don't stretch them fully, keep a curvature. When you push, keep a curvature in your arms. Not locked. Don't lock the elbows, basically. No. Don't lock the knees, don't lock the elbows. Soften the shoulders. Open your eyes if you're sleepy. Two more. And hands in your belly. Maybe there's a warmth in your hands, maybe cold. Just observe. Unlock the knees. And then we'll hold the pose again. So hold your hands in front of your belly, as if you're holding a balloon, but hold it in front of your belly. And the elbows are sticking out, but not too much. There is a sense of elbows sticking out, but not too much. And they will extend because you're holding the balloon. They have like a curvature. And then have a sense where is the balloon that you're holding. So if you move the fingers, the hands gently, where do they connect? If they connect, where is the sense of connection? Maybe magnetic. Now you feel it tingling. Or where would it be? The hands should be below the belly button, just below the belly button. Drop the shoulders. Notice if there is any tension in the shoulders and drop it. You probably have all heard of yin and yang. So this is the yin pose. The yang would be turning the hands down. So you turn the hands down. You can all do it. Yeah. And hold your hands there. Again, notice where they are connected. Maybe imagine there is two poles there. So your hands are resting on two poles. Just below the belly button. And then keep your hands in the poles, and then as you breathe in, you bend your knees, which you feel like your hands are lifting. And then as you breathe out, you straighten your knees and feel like your hands are going down. In reality, the hands should stay with the pole, but breathe in, and then breathe out. And keep the hands with the pole. So your own time, your own breath. Move in time with the breath. Soften the shoulders. Check your posture. So you don't want to lean back like in meditation. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do this either. So where are you upright? Where is the golden thread pulling you upright and keeping you up there with your weight down? So look where that is. And then go back to the yin, holding the balloon. And find where is the connection, where is the balloon. And then grab the balloon, keep it in front of your heart. And again, find it where it is. So look first, where is the balloon? And then breathe in, expand the balloon. Breathe out, contract it. It can be as big or as small as you want. Just move in time with your breath. Show your breath. And if you do feel sensations, notice what happens if you breathe into them. Do they alter? Do they change if you breathe into the sensations? And if they do the same thing with the mindfulness of breathing. So breathe into sensations. Soften the shoulders. Then you can do a bit of free play. Which way do your hands want to go? Whichever way they want to go. How do they stay connected with one another? You might not feel anything and it's fine. And hold the balloon again and take it inside your body to the hara, to the belly. And either breathe inside the small balloon you put inside the body, imagine you do, or breathe from your feet and bring the energy up to the belly. Whichever one works for you. It's fine if neither work. If they don't, say soften the shoulders. Unlock the knees. And then come back. So breathe in, collect the energy. Hands on top of one another, breathe out. Bring the energy down to the hara, dantian. Turn one way, whichever way. Breathe in, collect the energy. Come back to the center. Hands on top of one another. Breathe out. Come back down. Come back to center. Then the other way. Come back to center. Breathe out. Then the backs of the hands, cupped hands, the backs in the kidneys. Breathe in, inject energy there. Breathe out. Massage the kidneys and shake the knees. And shake any tension. Give the tension down to the earth. Draw the energy up and then give the tension back. 2 more in your own time. Together, you can move your feet. Once there is enough heat, shower yourself with it. And lastly, shake any tension away.
Great, thank you very much, Harivasan. And well done for still being here. So we had Amitabha, the red Buddha of infinite light, and we'll chant the Akshobhya mantra next. And Akshobhya is blue, sort of midnight blue, which is appropriate for meditating all night. It's also appropriate because Akshobhya holds a Vajra with one hand, and Vajra is this symbol of energy. It's hard to describe what it looks like really, but it's a diamond thunderbolt. That's what a Vajra is. So it's very much a symbol of energy. Symbol of infinity as well, sort of symbol of infinite energy, and he holds this Vajra in a sort of rested kind of position in his lap, and it's a symbol of the fact that the Buddha, or the enlightened mind, has this energy at its disposal and can access it whenever it needs to. So what we're trying to do is transform our energies, because when we're clear about our purpose in life, when we're clear about our sort of purpose in any context, our energies will just be sort of unbounded. Yeah, they'll be unbounded. We'll be able to just kind of do whatever needs to be done. Akshobhya also has his other hand touching the earth touching mudra. So just very sort of lightly touching the floor, which is an image from the Buddha's story of the moment he achieved enlightenment, he attained enlightenment, and he touched the earth to essentially to kind of show his confidence in himself, to show his confidence in what he'd done by sitting there and meditating until he achieved enlightenment, actually practicing over thousands, countless lifetimes, and he touched the earth to show that the earth had borne witness to all of his practice. So again, very kind of appropriate for what we're doing, kind of challenging ourselves to meditate all night, and then kind of bearing witness to ourselves doing that. Nobody else is going to kind of know basically when you go. I'm not kind of keeping that much of an eye on you. You're really kind of your own witness, and you always are your own witness really in your practice, you and the earth. And then lastly, just to say, Akshobhya is very much associated with mirror-like wisdom. So if you've been to our retreat centre Vajrasana, you'll see this image of Akshobhya, this statue of Akshobhya, sat on this still water, this reflective still water. And we'll do the mindfulness of breathing after we chant the Akshobhya mantra just now. And the mindfulness of breathing really can be a mirror, can be a very sort of clear mirror on our mind. And then we just add stuff on top of that mirror. Yeah, so if we just allow our experience, allow our breath, allow the meditation to be a mirror, well, something quite magical, mysterious can open up. We can see something quite profound in that mirror. So we can just try and let go of anything that we're layering on top of that mirror. Okay, so just a moment to settle, and I'll start the Akshobhya mantra. And then after that we'll do the mindfulness of breathing. Bringing to mind the deep blue Buddha Akshobhya, his mirror-like wisdom. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya Om. Om Vajrakshobhya. 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 The mindfulness of breathing. Second stage. Third stage. fourth stage. Good. So we're really getting into it now. In the swing of it. So we're more than half the way. So if you've made it this far, you can make it all the way. We're going to have the tea break now, so it'll be a silent tea break. And just as we're a little thin on the numbers in terms of the team, if you've been on a team at the LBC and you wouldn't mind just stepping in and helping out, that'd be really helpful. So if you know what to do, just do it. That'd be great. And yeah, just keep it in silence. So we'll have a silent tea break, and I'll ring a bell when it's time for us to come back in.
start with that again. So you'd like to stand and find your posture. Very briefly, feet together, toes together, ankles together, hands on knees, no waves. Go one way. It's a gentle movement, not an exercise. Then the other way. Go. Posture, feet shoulder width apart, unlock the knees, hands on hips, fix your gaze, and then rotate one way. If you fix your gaze, your head doesn't move. Then just check if your head is moving, and see if you can do it without moving the head. So the crown, there's a golden thread that pulls you from the crown, so the head doesn't move, and then the neck rotates instead. And notice what you're doing with your breathing. Shallow breath. It's a quick breath, and you're holding your breath. Maybe notice what your mind is doing. Go the other way. Go. Check the posture again. Unlock the knees. And then we'll do 10 minutes of the arm swinging. The hands don't need to go higher than the heart, so they can be lower. Higher than the heart will be too much effort, so don't put too much effort. Up to the heart is fine, and then having a sense of letting go. So push, control by pushing back, and then let go. Let go. See if you can let go more and more. Unlock the knees. So I want to say a bit about, the positive aspect of the enlightened mind, of the Buddha, would be full of energy, that's one aspect, full of love, full of compassion, full of loving kindness, and then full of wisdom. I mean, I don't know much about wisdom, but I've been thinking about love. So I'm reading a book at the moment, Sapiens, and it's really, I'm just noticing it draws my emotions. I think, not my emotions, my feelings. I've been reflecting a bit about that. So emotions are fast. I mean, when I get angry, it's very fast. It goes comes quickly, goes quickly. But feelings, they take time and they draw out. A bit like breathing from the earth, like drawing the energy, but like an extension. I have a sense that feelings are a bit like that. And yeah, I mean, as I'm reading, notice that the book draws my feelings out. It drags them gradually. I think maybe that's its purpose. But then unwisely, I attach to the writer, so I have a feeling of devotion about the writer. So one aspect of mantra, to link it together, is about devotion. I think mantras initially started about devotion. It's about, being devotion about the Buddha, the historical Buddha, having a sense of reverence and a sense of gratitude. And I'm assuming it's about drawing the emotions towards the Buddha. I think that's the purpose of the mantra traditionally. There is an archetypal aspect to it, which Jnanavaca is talking about, and there's an energetic aspect to it as well. But the most important is about drawing feelings. And yeah, I think so feelings, unfortunately, they draw. So if it's sadness, it draws downwards, it just drags, and it doesn't go quickly. And then similarly, if it's, I guess, compassion, or if it's love, again, it takes a long time to draw. And unfortunately, then you have to attach it somewhere. We normally, the tendency is to attach attach it to people or things. I guess Jnanavaca was talking before about going for refuge to the Buddha. In a sense, I mean, my understanding would be that drawing those feelings of reverence, those subtle feelings of reverence and love, and attaching them to something unconditional, something out of this world, which would be the Buddha. So the mantra would have that purpose, about drawing the emotions and attaching them to the Buddha, or attaching them to the Dharma, and attaching them to the Sangha, which would be the Bodhisattvas that Jnanavaca is talking about. So each mantra is bringing the archetype to mind, and the idea is that you perhaps draw the emotions out, feelings, and attach them to them. So yeah, maybe bear that in mind. Perhaps when you do the mantra, notice what happens to your feelings, and maybe you can extend the feelings with the breath, just as an experiment. Perhaps this is not, it's more of something I'm thinking about. I don't think it's theoretical, I don't think it's Buddhist theory, it's more an experience, so maybe it works. Connecting it with the energy, so the way you draw the energy, and you extend the energy, I guess it would be the same thing with feelings. I think after all they are energy, so it's just about drawing them and extending them and then attaching them in the right place. So perhaps, you can do the mantra, consider doing that and see if that works for you. Just an experiment, it's not set in stone, it's not I'm not talking from theory, I don't know about theory, just an experiment. Maybe it works. So unlock the knees. And we'll do a quick body scan, so soften the face. Say to yourself, soften the face. Let go of any tension that you hold in the face. Particularly your eyes, so let go of any control over your eyes. See if you can soften them. Let go of control of your jaw. Let the jaw hang. Let gravity pull the jaw. Soften the shoulders. Let go of control of your arms. So let gravity pull your arms as well. Maybe it's a good time to imagine you have spaghetti arms. So how would that feel if you have spaghetti arms? They'll be out of your control. Still gravity will do something to them. And you only have a little effort yourself. Just push a little and let gravity do its work. So imagine you have spaghetti arms. Soften the belly. Perhaps soften the thighs. Let go of any gripping in the thighs. It's fine to have gripping on the calves, but not at the thighs. So let go of gripping in the thighs. And then notice the actual contact that the body makes with the floor. So the soles of your feet. See if you can notice the sensations in the soles of the feet. Maybe there's warmth from the floor, maybe cold. And maybe imagine breathing upwards, so draw the energy from the ground upwards to your heart, if that works. Or breathe from your feet. Soften the shoulders. 1 more minute. Unlock the knees. And then allow the movement to come to an end. Imagine you have spaghetti arms. Let gravity pull your arms. Let go of control. And notice actual sensations. How does the body feel? And then come back. So hands on the imaginary balloon, and it raises your hand up. And you let it go. Touch the interior of the big balloon you're inside of. Your own time, your own breath. Look for a sense of pleasure. Move the arms in time with your breath. So the movement of the arms mimics the breath. Two more. Hands on belly. Drop the shoulders. And next one, so breathe in, draw the balloon to your heart, let it go, and push the big balloon. You have elastic bands, so don't overstretch, don't lock the elbows. Your own time, your own breath. The elastic bands stop you from locking the elbows. You can do this sitting down as well if you want to. Two more. Hands on belly. And then come back and hold the balloon in front of your heart. Imagine having marbles between your fingers and hands are cupped as if you were to hold the balloon, so they'll be cupped. Elbows should be lower than the wrists. So check your elbows and need to be lower than the wrists. So there's a curvature. And as well, maybe hugging a tree. So yeah, there's a curvature, there's a sense of a balloon. So it's like a round thing and you're holding it. It's not too near, not too far. So get the balloon right. The distance between your fingers is one hand. So one palm in between your fingers. And then drop the shoulders. So this is a bit harder to hold. You probably feel a sting in your shoulders. I do. See if you can breathe into the shoulders. Check your posture. So you want to lean forward, you want to lean back. You've got the golden thread pulling you upwards. And imagine you're sitting on a bar stool while you're upright. And check if you lean backwards or forwards. And then see where is the connection between the hands. Is there a connection? Or maybe find the real balloon, your balloon. Where would it be? So move the hands gently until you find a sense of connection. And once you do, then breathe in, expand it, expand the balloon. Breathe out, bring it back. Your own time, your own breath. Move in time with your breath. Unlock the knees. Go back to holding. And imagine you breathing inside the balloon. So imagine you breathing inside the center of the balloon. Does that work for you? Maybe something happens to the sensations, maybe not. Trying to draw the sensations, lengthen them with the breath. thumbs up, maybe a loose fist, thumbs up on one side, and then to the other side. And do this. And a sense of letting go. So when the hands go down, maybe punch down, punch down, punch down, punch down, let go, punch down, let go. It works for you. This is a good way again to let go of tension in the shoulders. Maybe find a swing-like movement like before. So continuous movement of the arms. And then let go. And hold the balloon, and one hand up, one down. This is called Shili. And when you play with the energy, it's called Shili. And then again, about drawing the energy. So we do it with the breath. So breathe in, make a bigger circle, breathe out. Your own time, your own breath. Free play, which way your hands want to go. And then go back to holding the balloon. Make sure you got it. And then bring it yourself to the belly. Close your eyes. And keep breathing inside the balloon, if that works. Or breathe upwards from your feet, from the ground. So as you breathe in, you energize yourself. As you breathe out, soften and let go. And then come back and we'll close it. So breathe in, collect the energy, hands over one another, breathe out, bring it back to the center, the belly. Turn one way, collect the energy, come back to the center, and then down to the belly. The other way. Come back to the center. Backs of the hands cupped. And the kidneys, breathe in, inject energy, breathe out, soften, let go, and shake, massage the kidneys as well. In your own time, 3 more. So shaking is good about letting go of tension. Together. If you want to. Once you have enough heat, shower yourself. And then lastly shake.
Yeah, just before we sit down, let's tidy the room up a bit. So just cushions and mats that you know aren't being used, maybe next to you or something. Maybe you can just put them away. Good. So The next mantra that we'll be chanting together is the mantra of the Buddha Amoghasiddhi, who is a green Buddha, and Amoghasiddhi holds his hand in the gesture of fearlessness. So his hand is like this, and he has this all-accomplishing wisdom. So, of course, we were writing down our aspirations for the year, and to grow is we do need fearlessness to overcome ourself. We do need a lot of fearlessness. So I won't say too much more about Amoghasiddhi, but that's the mantra that we'll be chanting. So the mantra of the green Buddha, Amoghasiddhi. I think the mantra for me I think it brings a lot of fearlessness. After the mantra, we'll be doing a walking meditation, so I'll say something about how we'll do that after the mantra. So just a moment to settle. You can bring to mind the green Buddha Amoghasiddhi. Amoghasiddhi Aum. 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 Amoghasiddhi Aum.
Amoghasiddhi Aum. Amoghasiddhi Aum.
Namo Gasiddhya Om. Om 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 Amogasiddhya 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 Om.
So we'll move into a period of walking meditation now. So if we all move our mats and cushions into the centre of the room, so we'll have a path that goes all the way round the mats and the cushions. Do is we'll walk round clockwise, round the cushions, and we'll start when I ring the bell, and when I ring the bell again, you can just stand. So basically with walking meditation, if you haven't done it before, you're just trying to feel the sensations in your body. And you're just trying to, just like meditate, just like sitting meditation, just noticing whatever's going on in your mind, noticing whatever's going on in your body. A walking meditation. So just noticing all the sensations in your body. Just standing. Noticing the energy in your body now.
understanding. Noticing again the difference, energy in your body, any sensations. So this time I'll start a mantra after a little bit of time of walking. Om Namo Gasiriya Om. 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 Om Namo Gasidiya 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 Okay, so we'll have another short break now, and then we'll have our last session. So you'd be crazy to leave now. So this will be another short break, so 10 minutes, go to the toilet, water, or just sit in here.
all gone home, but you're all already in here, ready to go.
Okay, so we'll do the last of the Qigong. We won't do long this time, maybe about 10-15 minutes. And we go straight to poses. We're going to hold 2 more poses to complete the cycle, and then we'll leave it at that. Yeah, we're warm up ready. But find your posture, feet shoulder width apart, unlock your knees, golden thread pulls you upwards, long neck, chin tucked in. And then this is the fire position, this is the strongest in Qigong. As if you're holding a balloon with your outer hands. Again, it's space, the space is 1 hand, 1 palm in between your fingers. Well, as if you're playing, holding a balloon with one another, I guess. So that's the feel for it. Make sure that elbows are lower than your wrists. Just check your elbows need to be lower than the wrists. Yeah. So you will have tension in the shoulders, so find a way to soften the shoulders. Keep your hands where they are, but soften the shoulders. Make sure you're not leaning backwards. There's a tendency to lean like this. So check and see if you can do this instead. Sit in a stool. Imagine there's a bar stool and you're sitting on that stool a bit. Soften the shoulders. The elbows are not down, they are a bit to the side, a little. And a bigger balloon. And you're holding the balloon with the backs, so a bigger, so push hands a bit, yes. One more minute, see if you can take this. Soften the shoulders. Unlock the knees. If it's too much, stop. But otherwise, if you can bear it for 1 more minute, do so. And as before, thumbs up and create a continuous movement. Let it go. Unlock the knees. Hands by the side, and then they come forward, 30 degrees forward, so not to the side, 30 degrees forward. So unlock the elbows, don't lock them. There's a gentle curvature. They are also to the side. Unlock the knees. And the hands should be by your hips. So hips and then extend them. From the hips, extend them. 30 degrees in front of you. More low. More. And a bit more to the side. That's it. Soften the shoulders. So with this one, if you can, imagine you're sitting on a stool and sit a bit lower. So bend the knees. You need to see your toes. So if you don't see your toes, don't. So go as low as you can see your toes, but do bend a bit. It makes it a bit more harder. It's better for you. Soften the shoulders. So this is associated with the water element. And we'll do a bit of that. So from here, so your knees are bent. So breathe in like a wave, come up and straighten your knees. And breathe out like a wave, go down. Your own time, breathe in, come to your heart, let the balloon go, breathe out, go back. Your own time, your own breath. How can it be enjoyable? If you're not enjoying it, maybe soften the effort a bit. Two more. And go back to holding. And now see where is your connection with the floor. So move your hands. Are they connected with the floor? Maybe they're not, and it's fine. But maybe see where do they connect? Where is the sense of connection? We'll be doing walking meditation after, right? With a mantra.
I think let's do it the same order we did last time. Let's sit first, because I feel tired. and then we'll walk after.
Okay, then we'll end like how we started. We started with the sheriff. We go back to the sheriff. See if we can find where your sheriff is. So the hands, they're connected with the hips. So more to the side. So maybe, where is there a connection with your hips? Hands and hips connection? I mean, where is that in terms of energetically, not physically? Soften the shoulders. this for the last time. So breathe in, draw your guns, breathe out, push back. Breathe in, you're making a circle around your hips. And see if you sense a connection with your hands and hips. So your own time, your own breath. And stop again. And find your balloon and hold the balloon. See where it is. And then bring it to your belly. And breathe into it. Or draw the energy from the floor to your belly. And the usual way, so breathe in, collect the energy, hands one above the other, breathe down, back to the belly, turn any side, breathe in, collect, come back to the center, and then breathe down, other side. And the backs of the hands and the kidneys. Breathe in. Shake. In your own time, 3 more. Shower yourself. And then shake one last time. Come back to sleep.
Yes. So we're going to chant now the mantra of Ratnasambhava. Ratnasambhava is the golden yellow colour Buddha. And in one hand he holds the wish-fulfilling jewel, a golden jewel that fulfills all wishes in one hand. And in the other hand is outstretched with the palm faced upwards, which is the mudra of generosity. And he's particularly associated with abundance. This wish-fulfilling jewel is a symbol of abundance. And when we act with generosity, feelings of abundance can arise. When we have an abundance mindset, it's often a lot easier to be generous. So it's this kind of cyclic process. We act with generosity, we feel like we have more to give, and then we give, and we feel like we have more to give. Did I say that? Did I say the same thing twice? No, okay. It's quite late. Yeah, so I think just worth kind of bringing to mind what we have to give to the world. What do we have to give to the world? Actually, we've all got a lot to give to the world. We've actually got a real abundance in ourselves to give to the world. So we'll have a couple of moments to settle. Arivasan will start this one. And then, I'll ring a bell to mark the end of it, and then we'll do a period of walking meditation with some mantra again. So just a few moments to settle.
Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhava. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhava. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhava. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhava. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhava. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhava. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om Ratna Sambhavatran. Om
Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhava, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhava, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhava, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhava, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhava, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhava, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhava, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhava, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhava, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhava, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhava, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhava, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna, Ratna Sambhavatram, Om Ratna,
Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhava. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhava. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhava. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhava. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhava. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhava. Om Ratna. Ratna Sambhavatram. So let's move the mats and cushions in the middle again. And to start with, just a period of walking meditation.
O now, when the bardo of life upon me is dawning, abandoning idleness, there being no idleness in a devotee's life, entering into the reality undistractedly, listening, reflecting and meditating, carrying on to the path knowledge of the true nature of appearances and of mind. May the Trikaya be realized. Once that the human form has been attained, may there be no time or opportunity in which to idle it away. Just standing.
Om Sambhavajram. Om Ratna, Ratna 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 Sambhavajram.
So taking your seats again for a final period of meditation. Just sitting. Oh, now, when the bardo of life upon me is dawning, abandoning idleness, there being no idleness in a devotee's life, entering into the reality undistractedly, listening, reflecting and meditating, carrying onto the path knowledge of the true nature of appearances and of mind. May the Trikaya be realized. Once that the human form has been attained, may there be no time or opportunity in which to idle it away. Oh, now, when the bardo of dreams upon me is dawning, abandoning the inordinate, corpse-like sleeping of the sleep of stupidity, may the consciousness undistractedly be kept in its natural state. Comprehending the true nature of dreams, may I train myself in the clear light of miraculous transformation, acting not like the brutes in slothfulness. May the blending of the practicing of the sleep state and the actual or waking experience be highly valued by me. Oh, now, when the bardo of meditation upon me is dawning, abandoning the whole mass of distractions and illusions, may the mind be kept at rest in endless, undistracted samadhi. May firmness both in the visualizing and in the perfecting stages be obtained. At this time, when meditating one-pointedly, with all other actions put aside, may I not fall under the power of misleading, stupefying passions. Oh, now when the bardo of the moment of death upon me is dawning, abandoning attraction and craving and weakness for all worldly things, may I be undistracted in the space of the bright, enlightening teachings. May I be able to transfuse myself into the heavenly space of the unborn. The hour has come to part with this body, composed of flesh and blood. May I know the body to be impermanent and illusory. Oh, now when the bardo of reality upon me is dawning, abandoning all awe, fear and terror of all phenomena, may I recognize whatever appears as being my own thought forms. May I know them to be apparitions in the intermediate state. It has been said there arrives a time when the chief turning point is reached. Fear not the bands of the peaceful and wrathful, who are your own thought forms. O now, when the bardo of taking rebirth upon me is dawning, one pointedly holding fast to a single wish, may I be able to continue the course of good deeds through repeated effort. May the womb door be closed and revulsion recollected. The hour has come when energy and pure love are needed. May I cast off jealousy and meditate upon the Guru, the Father Mother. So well done, we've made it to the end of the evening. So let's just ritually close the evening by dedicating our merits to all beings. Transference of merit and self-surrender in call and response. May the merit gained, in my acting thus, go to the alleviation of the suffering of all beings. My personality throughout my existences. My possessions. And my merit in all three ways. I give up without regard to myself. For the benefit of all beings. Just as the earth and other elements are serviceable in many ways to the infinite number of beings inhabiting limitless space. So may I become that which maintains all beings, situated throughout space, so long as all have not attained to peace. Yes, very lovely to see you in the new year with you all. Well done for making it all the way to the end. It's now 6 a.m. Just about. So yeah, we'll put our mats and cushions away in this room, and yeah, if you're able to help us just clean up the centre a little bit before you leave, that's much appreciated. There'll be a day retreat starting in about 4 hours at the centre, so you know, do come back for that. Or just stay here. Yeah. But yeah, let's leave the centre in a nice way for them. That'd be great. Thanks. Oh yeah, nice to have you here. Oh.